When you're getting ready in the morning, when you're exercising, or when you just need a little boost. Download Mindset and listen to your favorite motivational speeches while getting ready for the day.
The problem is that pleasure experienced without prior requirement for pursuit is terrible for us. It's terrible for us as individuals, it's terrible for us as groups, and I have great confidence in the human species to work this out, but we are finding now, and we are going to increasingly find, that those who will be successful, young or old, are going to be those people who can create their own internal buffers. They're going to be able to control their relationship to pleasures, because the proximity to pleasures and the availability is the problem. A good life, we could say, is a progressive expansion of the things that bring you pleasure. And even better, is a good life is a progressive expansion of the things that bring you pleasure and includes pleasure through motivation and hard work. And understanding this pain-pleasure balance, whereby if you experience pain and you can continue to be in that friction and exert effort, the rewards are that much greater when they arrive. If you look at any drug of abuse or any situation where somebody isn't motivated or thinks that what people think is ADHD, it turns out, is people just over-consuming dopamine from various sources. And also the context within a TikTok feed is, the context switch is insane. Normally you walk from one room to another, or from a field into the trees, or from a hut into, or a house, or whatever it is. But now you can get 10,000 context switches in that 30 minutes of scrolling on Instagram or TikTok. And so it's all about self-regulation. We are going to select for the people that can self-regulate. So then people say, well, how do you self-regulate? This is a place where knowledge of knowledge actually can allow oneself to intervene. When you think, I'm feeling low, I don't feel good, nothing really feels like good. Am I depressed? Maybe. But maybe you've saturated the dopamine circuits. You're now in the pain part of things. What do? Well, you have to stop. You need to replenish dopamine. You need to stop engaging with this behavior, and then your pleasure for it will come back. It's not just about being back and forth on the seesaw. You have to make sure the hinge doesn't get stuck in pain or in pleasure. One interesting question about the brain is just asking the question, how do we segment time? People who are depressed are often very focused on the past. So when you adjust people's dopamine levels to healthy levels, they start becoming more forward-thinking and more present. Most of the growth in life comes from these rigidly, externally imposed schedules, and we hate them. But they are where we learn restraint. How do you get motivated? Well, one way to do that is if you are good at subjectively attaching dopamine to the pursuit, just knowing, okay, I really am hungry for this. I'm going to tell myself making it 1% of the way is a success, and I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to keep ratcheting on. And that's great if you can do that. But for people that can't do that, understanding this relationship with the pleasure-pain balance can be more powerful. Just understanding the more friction and pain that you experience, the greater the dopamine reward you will get later, and that serves as its own amplifier. And the key to that is making sure that you're balancing the dopamine and epinephrine systems. Epinephrine being this molecule of universal currency of energy output. It could be out of hate or it could be out of love. Epinephrine doesn't care. And actually dopamine doesn't care. None of these systems care about us. They just work underneath our conscious control. But when you start to understand that hitting the gas pedal is great, but hitting the gas pedal and then coming off the gas pedal a little bit, you can kind of sit in a more relaxed RPM, actually allows you to go much further. Capturing the reward is wonderful, but attaching dopamine to the reward is actually a little bit dangerous. Celebrating the win more than the pursuit, it actually sets you up for failure in the future. You expect something to be really great, and then it's not quite that great. Your dopamine baseline lowers. And now understanding what we know about dopamine, that means that not only did you feel as if you lost because it wasn't as much a celebration as you thought it would be, but it also means that you're starting from a lower place, meaning you are less motivated. Now, the simpler way to conceptualize this is anytime you have a bunch of dopamine and you're in pursuit, after you achieve a win, now this could be a business win, a relationship, a win of any kind, but inevitably there's going to be a tipping back of the scale on the pain side. And that pain side is always going to go a little bit higher than the dopamine side. So this is what you would feel if you pursued a goal like building a big company. Here it comes, the big sale. And then there's the, well, what now? The kind of letdown. Now, if you simply wait and stop pursuing dopamine for a short while, the scale starts to reset. The problem is a lot of people immediately roll right into the next pursuit. And then what happens is that scale starts to get stuck on the pain side. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And pretty soon, no amount of seeking will allow you to experience that craving and motivation. So what does this mean in terms of an actual tool? Well, first of all, if you can start to register, that craving and that friction and that desire, that almost kind of low level of agitation, sometimes high level of agitation, that is that I'm trying to impose my will on the world in a benevolent way, we hope. That's dopamine. It's working with its close cousin, which is epinephrine. Crave work, crave work, crave and work, crave and work, crave and work. And then you get the win. And some people allow the big peak in dopamine to be associated with the win. And smart people learn to adjust their celebration internally, right? This is all internal. You could throw the biggest party in the world, but as long as you're kind of laid back and looking at this, not letting yourself get manic crazy, you won't necessarily crash as hard. And pretty soon, your system will reset so that you take the day, you clean up the dishes, you relax, you go, what now? I'm feeling a little low. Well, rather than going out and spiking your dopamine again, just wait. Understand that the scale will reset again. Give yourself a few days where you're going to feel a little kind of underwhelmed. If you let it start ratcheting up again, then what you realize is your capacity to tap into dopamine as a motivator, not just seeking dopamine rewards, that is infinite. The dopamine peaks and the frequency of those dopamine peaks have everything to do with how we carve up our experience of time. And anyone who spent a lot of time in deep meditation starts to develop a kind of intuitive internal representation of the fact that time is very fluid in this way. And when we say time is fluid, what we mean is the secretion of dopamine in these pulses is very fluid. You also have to think about the more subtle forms of something we really love, but indulging in it just a little too often so that it no longer has that edge. Much of your life, in retrospect, is segmented by those peaks in dopamine. Those mark key events in your life.
Don't overestimate yourself, but don't underestimate who you could be. That's a much better way of thinking about it. You know, psychologists of the careless sort, I would say, have been pushing the idea of self-esteem for a very long time, probably since the early 60s. You should be content with yourself the way you are. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Seriously, like, you're nowhere near what you could be. You're not even close. Right? And so that's a way more optimistic message. Like, it's, you ain't seen nothing yet. That's the right message. And so I would say, don't overestimate yourself now, but don't underestimate your future self. And you have so much influence as an individual if you get your act together that you can't believe it. There isn't anything that has more influence than that. You have all the power that there is right where you are to put things right around you. You start now, you develop a noble vision, right, of who you could be. You start to put that into practice, develop some discipline, familiarize yourself with the great works of the past. Learn to read, learn to write, learn to speak, learn to think. Man, you'll be deadly. What you could bring to the table that hasn't been brought to the table for years is an emphasis on individual responsibility. And the right way to do that, as far as I'm concerned, is to start with yourselves, is develop a vision for your life. You start to think about, if you could be who you could be, what would that look like? That's the beginning of a mature philosophy of being. If you could be the person that you would admire, who would that person be? How would you configure yourself? How would you configure your career, your education, your family, the use of time outside of work? If you wanted to be the noblest person that you could be, who was adopting the maximal amount of responsibility, how would that look? Then you need a strategy to put that into place. And that's the way you change things properly, and also the way you do the least amount of harm while you're changing them. And so it should be an individual focused set of ideas, and that way you can sidestep the identity politics traps, and that would be a very good thing. And I think a modern conservatism, which isn't really all that distinguishable from a classical liberalism as it turns out, is to put tremendous stress on the responsibility of the individual. And one of the things that's wonderful about that, as far as I'm concerned, and I made reference to this a few minutes ago, is that you need a meaning to offset the tragedy of life. Otherwise, you just suffer stupidly, and you tend to make people around you suffer the same way. The way that you find that meaning is by adopting as much responsibility as you can. And what's also so fascinating about that is, you know, you're characterized by an indefinite potential. And it isn't easy to understand exactly what that is, that potential, but you know, it's what people call you on when they say, you know, you're not living up to your potential, whatever that is. That potential will be called forth from you as a consequence of adoption of responsibility, because it won't manifest itself unless you take on a load. You're not going to develop in all the ways you could develop unless you set yourself a serious challenge, because it takes the challenge to pull that out of you, and also to motivate you to rid yourself of all the weaknesses and personality flaws that you've accumulated across the years, and to let those disappear and burn off you. You need to load yourself up before the demands of life will be such that you will discipline yourself properly. And a noble goal is a very good way of beginning that. The truth of the matter is, as far as I'm concerned, that each of us has enough potential character, power of character, let's say, if it's properly manifested, to contend with that in a noble way, and to rise above it, and to transcend and to deal with it in large part, because we can make the world a much better place than it is for each of us individually, and for our families, and for our community. And we can constrain the malevolence, at least in our own hearts, and perhaps have a positive effect on those around us as a consequence. And that actually does make things better, and we actually can do that. And that's where the meaning in life is to be found. And that meaning, you know, that goes along with the adoption of that kind of responsibility is actually the antidote to the suffering. You know that perfectly well, because all of you need a reason to get out of bed in the morning, especially on a rough morning, you know, when things aren't going so well in your life. And there will be plenty of times when things aren't going so well in your life. And you still need a reason to get up and get moving and get out there. And if you have adopted the responsibility at an individual level to make things better, given how bad they are, if you've adopted the responsibility to make things better, then you have a reason to get up. And so one of the things that I've been stressing to people is that there's very little difference between the meaning in life that gives you fulfillment and that engages you in existence, and the willingness to shoulder as much individual responsibility as you can possibly handle. Those are the same things. And that's a really useful thing to know. And you kind of know this, right? Everybody knows this, because first of all, if you're not living up to your responsibilities, even to take care of yourself, the probability that you're going to be ashamed of that at some level is extraordinarily high. And so your own soul tells you that you're in error, so to speak. But also, if you look at who you spontaneously admire, which is a good indication of where your value system really sits, you'll see that the people you admire are always people who take responsibility for themselves, and responsibility for their family, and responsibility for their community. Get your act together. You've got things to do in the world. The absence of your full being in the world leaves a hole that is filled by terrible things. At minimum, you have an ethical responsibility to ensure that the world doesn't devolve into something approximating hell. And at maximum, you have the responsibility, again, the ethical, and it's a heavy ethical responsibility, to do everything that's in your power to make things as good as you can possibly make them, in this sophisticated manner that takes you and your family and your community into account. And it's on you, right? And that's meaning. You know, people say, well, I'd like to have a meaningful life. It's like, well, fair enough, but the price that you pay for the meaning that transcends tragedy is the adoption of responsibility for the catastrophe of existence. But that ennobles you, right? It makes you into someone strong, and someone competent, and someone who's worthwhile, and who lives in a manner that justifies their own suffering. And that's there's nothing better than you could possibly do than that. Although there is a very large number of ways of looking at the world, or perhaps a near infinite number of ways of looking at the world, there isn't a near infinite number of ways of acting in the world in a manner that actually is successful. So there are constraints on how you can interact with the world in a successful manner. Let's assume that you don't want undue pain and anxiety. We could just start with that, and I think that's a reasonable proposition. You could tolerate some pain and anxiety if it's in the service of something greater, obviously, but I just mean pointless pain and anxiety. We don't want any more of that than is necessary. And that means that you have to take care of yourself to some degree. But the manner in which you take care of yourself is severely constrained. And this is partly why you have to be intelligent and careful and plot your way through life properly. You have to take care of yourself today, but you have to take care of yourself today in a way that doesn't interfere with you taking care of yourself tomorrow, and next week, and next month, and next year, and 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. So you can't do just what you want to in the next hour. Because if it's impulsive pleasure seeking, let's say, something like that, excess alcohol use or excess drug use or careless sexual behavior or betrayal of people to gain you something in the moment, you're going to pay for that. You're going to pay for it tomorrow. You're going to pay for it next week and next month and next year. So because you're going to exist in the future and because you have to live with yourself, there's only a certain number of ways that you can act that are going to work. But it's more than that. It's not just that you're responsible to your future self or the set of all your future selves, is that you also have to act in a way that works for your family. Because otherwise your family is going to disintegrate and break down and cause you and them all sorts of misery and grief. And not just your family now, but also your family into the future. And then not just your family either, but also your community. And so you have to set your aspirations so that they serve you in the broadest sense over a long period of time, and they also serve your family, and they also serve your community, and that's a very tight set of constraints. And I think that the best solution to that set of constraints from a philosophical perspective, or maybe even a theological perspective, is to view the world as a place not of groups, but of individuals, of sovereign individuals who are responsible for their destinies, responsible for their families and for their communities. You learn to use minimal necessary force. It's like you don't defend yourself any more than you have to. Like, be careful. Don't push any harder than you need to, because all you do is you generate a counterforce by pushing harder than you need to, and then you're in conflict. And you think, well, I like a little conflict. It's like, look, fair enough, a little conflict, man, no problem. It keeps your life kind of interesting, and maybe that's on the problem-solving edge. But a little conflict can become a lot of conflict very, very rapidly, and if you have any sense at all, that's not what you want. You know, especially if you have other things that are better to do, and you should have other things that are better to do.
What happens with human beings is every thought has a frequency. Every thought produces a chemical. So if you keep obsessing about your lack of finances, your lack of time, your lack of energy, and you're taking thought, it's producing a frequency, and that frequency in the form of chemistry is storing that thought emotionally right in your second center. You feel guilty, you feel unhappy. The moment you feel unhappy, then you generate more thoughts equal to that feeling, which makes more chemicals, and you keep taking energy from the brain and storing it in the body. If you react to people in your life and you feel anger, frustration, whether it's traffic, the news, whatever it is, you're drawing from this field, this electromagnetic field. You're tapping that resource and you're making chemistry out of it, and the field shrinks. So now, by doing that and living in survival, the body no longer is a magnet. So now you have very little energy in the brain. In fact, 5% of the energy is in the brain, and 95% is stored in the body. Now the body's been conditioned emotionally. So a lot of energy in the body, very little in the brain. We want to move energy back up to the brain. So
what does that do when we move the energy from the body to the brain or the heart?
Well, this is a great thing, because once it makes it here, it's going up, right? So we do these different meditations and these different techniques to draw that energy right up to the top of the head. Now, when this energy shakes loose and it starts to move, the sympathetic nervous system switches on. And instead of releasing energy out like you're being chased by a predator, that same energy is going up into the brain, and the brain switches on, and it goes into these very high frequencies called gamma brainwave patterns. Now the person has an arousal. It's energy that's being released into the brain, and you can only describe it as ecstasy or bliss. So the energy of guilt that was stored from thinking and feeling in the same way releases, and it travels up to the brain and is going back. And when it reaches the brain, what happens? You get more energy in the brain and it begins to produce that external field. So you're beginning to create a field around your body. Well, once the energy's moved, you're going to feel pretty blessed in that moment. In fact,
so we can transfer guilt, shame, insecurities into bliss.
Oh my God, yeah, we do it all the time. And the amazing thing is that rush of energy that's moving into the brain is changing the brain's physiology and producing that field. Now you have energy to heal. Now the body is a magnet again. And it's as the energy moves up the spinal cord and it starts passing through those spinal nerves, and there's a lot of dynamics going on in the body. That energy that was once stored in that one of those energy centers that's released is energy to heal, energy to create a new future. You're replenishing your field, and now the body becomes more of a magnet instead of an inert piece of metal with no charge, right? So the person then who's reacting to whatever person or circumstance in their life, the stronger the emotion that they feel towards politics, towards the traffic, towards their girlfriend,
social
towards their
media,
ex, whatever, the more they're paying attention to it. But where you place your attention is where you place your energy. What you're doing is you're tying up your vital life force. You're giving your power away to that person or that circumstance that you could be using to create a new life with. So when a person's sitting in their meditation, and I love doing this, we just had an event in Marco Island. I'm going to take people further than where they normally go. I know they're going to go, oh, well, I'm done with my meditation. No, you're not done. We're going to take you to that point where that feeling is so in your face and you can't turn on your cell phone. You can't get up and walk away because 1,000 people are not getting up and walking away and you're part of the community. You're sitting in the fire and you have one of two choices. You can let that brain run on programs and hardwired patterns, and the arousal will drive your brain further out of balance, or you'll practice the formula. And as you lower the volume to that emotion, you're going to take your attention off that person or problem. Guess what? Here comes energy back to you. You're taking your power back. And now you're building your field that way. And when that happens, energy starts to move up into the heart. Once it makes it to the heart, it's going to the brain. So we start seeing people, their hearts naturally open up. And all the things they thought they wanted when they came to the event, they no longer want, because they feel like they have it. Because they feel like they've got the feeling before the experience, so that they feel so whole that they no longer want. And they're not looking for their future anymore. You only look for it when you feel lack. When your body is conditioned emotionally into the future, why would you look for it when it feels like it's already happened? Now, this is where it gets weird, because now things start coming to you and you're no longer in need. And when it comes to you, go, oh, here, take it, I don't want it. I just wanted to know that I could create it. And people create a lot of wealth in our events.
Yeah.
And the first thing a lot of people do is they say, I'm buying a cruise for you. I'm buying you your car. Oh, Mom, I'm getting you that house. Why do they do that? Because they're so excited. They feel so amazing. And they're thinking, I could do this again. Why would a person in lack wouldn't give? A person who's abundant would give, because they know how to create. So now the game changes. It's no longer about the self. And you're doing it because that you know that you can create it. So then maintaining that state when you're in love.
Yes.
When you're in love. In love. No, you're not looking for it. You're not looking for it. You would be in lack. When you're in love, there's nothing to do. You're in love. You're the magnet. You are it. And so
you are love.
Yeah, so the events that come into your life would not only be just a reflection of a relationship with someone that you wanted to be intimate with. You would have meaningful, loving relationships that would enhance that feeling. And when it didn't, you would say, ooh, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if this is right for me. You would trust that because you worked really hard to nurture this, to protect it, to grow it, to trust it again, to open up, right? It takes a lot to do this. But we see men in our work. I was on them this week. I never let up on those guys. Big, macho guys. You want to know what courage is? Let's go. Let's open that heart. And when they start cracking open, I mean, we see people heal from from colon cancer and from angina and all, just boom, there it is, there it's not. That's what's been stored all down here. Once they open this up and it moves, the body's transforming in that moment. It's the system is informing itself. Information is being restored back into the body. So when you get to that point where when you're in lack and separation, time gets really crazy because you want stuff to happen faster and it feels like it's taking forever. That's because you're in separation. When you're in love and you're in connected, you don't want the moment to end. I mean, I had three guys over for dinner last night, all these academics. I cooked a meal and a half for these guys, took out great wine. Why? I wanted them to be so caught up in the moment that they forgot that we made a new memory. We had a great experience. And life then is about experiencing it in love. Like, I'm not going to be guilty of what I'm eating or judge what I'm eating if I've cooked a great meal. Let's eat, because the guilt is worse than whatever it is you think is bad for you. So then, when you're feeling those elevated emotions, and you're locked in love, then you see life through the lens of love, and there's compassion. Like, you could look at your greatest adversary, the person that threw you under the bus, and you've overcome yourself and you've done the work. You'll look at them and you'll see a part of yourself that you used to be that you no longer are, and you have nothing but understanding and compassion for them. Like, wow, I feel for that person. They're hurting. They're struggling. I used to be like that, but you're no longer that. People who are in love with themselves will find love in others. People who are happy with themselves will find something that they can connect with. They won't see all the flaws. They'll see some part of them that they want to enjoy. If you practice it, just feeling a little love every day, a little gratitude every day, I can prove to you, I have the research, your immune system is going to be so strong, it's going to be immune to any foreign agent.
With gratitude.
Just 10 minutes, 20 minutes of gratitude a day. What do you got? Not just to think about the things that you're grateful for, but to embrace them emotionally. Why? Because you want to practice feeling that. What's the emotional signature of gratitude? When you're receiving something favorable, you just received something favorable. Something amazing is happening to you, or something amazing just happened to you that surprised you. What do you say? You feel grateful, right? So the emotional signature of gratitude means something amazing just happened to you. Something just happened, or something is literally happening to you. Gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. So if you finish your meditation in gratitude before the event occurs, your body, as the unconscious mind, is believing it's already happened to you.
Receiving,
and you're in the state of receiving. So, and what do you got to lose except your immune system? The worst thing that could happen to you is you'll heal. It's the worst thing that could happen to you.
Habits are a big part of who we are. What we do habitually makes up much of what we do entirely. In fact, it's estimated that up to 70% of our waking behavior is made up of habitual behavior. People are highly variable, and if you can't form one habit easily, it doesn't mean that you can't form other habits easily. It takes 21 days to form a habit. Some people say 18, some people say 21, some people say 30 days, some people say 60 days. So which one is it? Does it depend on the habit that one is trying to form, or does it depend on the person that's trying to form the habit? There's a study published in 2010, first author Lally, L-A-L-L-Y. This study found that for the same habit to be formed, it can take anywhere from 18 days to as many as 254 days for different individuals to form that habit. So what I'd like to do is to take the scientific literature of how the nervous system learns and engages in neuroplasticity and apply that to habit formation, habit maintenance, and, if so desired, how to break particular habits. I'd like to give you a particular tool that's gleaned from the research psychology literature. With each repetition of a habit, small changes occur in the cognitive and neural mechanisms associated with procedural memory. So I just want to talk for a second about what procedural memory is. In the neuroscience of memory, we distinguish between what's called episodic memory and procedural memory. Episodic memory is a recall of a particular set of events that happened, whereas procedural memory is holding in mind the specific sequence of things that need to happen in order for a particular outcome to occur. So think of it like a recipe or a protocol. or if for sake of exercise, it's like sets and reps, or a particular course that you're going to run or cycle, or the number of laps you're going to swim and how you're going to perform it. It's very clear that for anyone trying to adopt new habits, getting into the mindset of procedural memory is very useful for overcoming that barrier that we call limbic friction. How do you do that? Well, a simple visualization exercise, or it doesn't even have to be done eyes closed. Oftentimes we hear visualization exercise, you think about sitting in the lotus position, eyes closed, and trying really hard to visualize something. It doesn't need to be anything like that. It can simply be, if you are deciding to adopt a new habit, to just think about the very specific sequence of steps that's required to execute that habit. And I'll use a trivial example, but this could be applied to anything. Let's say I want to get into the habit of making myself or someone else in my household a cup of espresso every morning. I would actually think through each of those steps, walk into the kitchen, turn on the espresso machine, draw the espresso, walking through each of those steps from start to finish. And it turns out just that simple mental exercise done once can shift people toward a much higher likelihood of performing that habit regularly, not just the first time, but as they continue out into the days and weeks that follow. So that's remarkable to me, and the literature is really robust. So now I'd like to discuss a second and what I think is perhaps the most powerful tool for being able to acquire and stick to new habits. The tool that I'm referring to is something called task bracketing. And the neural circuits associated with task bracketing are basically the neural circuits that are going to allow you to learn any new type of habit or break any habit that you'd like to break. We have in our brain a set of neural circuits that fall under the umbrella term of the basal ganglia. The basal ganglia are involved in action execution, meaning doing certain things, and action suppression, not doing certain things. In the experimental realm, these are referred to as go, meaning do, or no-go, don't do certain things. And some of us fall more into the category of we find it very easy to do certain things, but harder to not do other things. Some people have a lot of no-go type circuits that are very robust, and they have a lot of behavioral constraint, but they have a harder time getting into action. And some people have a perfect balance of both, but I've never met one of those people. Task bracketing involves a particular set of neural circuits within the basal ganglia. We have particular circuits in our brain that are devoted to framing the events that happen just before and as we initiate a habit, and just after and as we terminate a habit. In other words, it acts as a sort of marker for the habit execution, but not the execution of the habit per se. Now, this is very important because task bracketing is what underlies whether or not a habit will be context dependent or not, whether or not it will be strong and likely to occur even if we didn't get a good night's sleep the night before, even if we're feeling distracted, even if we are not feeling like doing something emotionally, or if we are, completely overwhelmed by other events. If the neural circuits for task bracketing are deeply embedded in us, meaning they are very robust around a particular habit, well, then it's likely that we're going to go out for that zone 2 cardio no matter what, that we're going to brush our teeth no matter what. In fact, brushing our teeth is a pretty good example because for most people, even if you got a terrible night's sleep, even if everything in your life is going wrong, chances are, unless you're very depressed, if you're going to leave to work, or even if you're not, that you're going to still carry out the behavior of brushing your teeth in the morning. I would hope so, actually. But you are probably less likely to perform particular habits that are not what you deem as necessary. But if you think about it, brushing your teeth, exercise, eating particular foods, maybe engaging socially in particular ways, you are the one that places any kind of value assessment on which ones are essential and which ones are negotiable. So task bracketing sets a neural imprint, a kind of a fingerprint in your brain of this thing has to happen at this particular time of day, so much so that it's reflexive. While it is important to think about the sequence of events that would be required in order to engage in that behavior, that procedural memory visualization exercise we talked about before, that will help. There is a way also that you can orient your nervous system toward this task bracketing process so that your nervous system is shifted or oriented towards the execution of a given habit. So this is sort of like warming up your body to exercise. When the dorsolateral striatum is engaged, your body and your brain are primed to execute a habit, and then you get to consciously insert which habit you want to perform. If you are considering adopting a new habit, or if you are trying to break a habit, it's very useful to think not just about the procedural aspects of what you're going to do, but also think about the events that precede and follow that particular habit and the execution, or at least the effort to execute that habit. What you're doing is you're casting a kind of a spotlight around a bin of time or a set of events for which dopamine can be associated. What does this look like in the practical sense? Well, again, I'll just try and use very simple, concrete examples, but this could carry over to anything. Let's say I were somebody who has a hard time getting in that 30 to 60 minutes of zone 2 cardiovascular exercise mid-morning. What I should do is positively anticipate the onset and the offset of that session, right? So thinking about leaning into the effort, going out and doing that zone 2 cardio session, and I should think about how I'm going to feel after. So not just thinking about how great I'm going to feel after, but also thinking about how hard it's going to be at the beginning, and then trying to reward myself subjectively for the entire experience. In other words, start rewarding task bracketing in addition to rewarding the execution of the habit itself. I'll get into the specific tool for breaking habits. Capture the sequence of events, not that led to the bad habit execution, but actually to take advantage of the fact that the neurons that were responsible for generating that bad habit were active a moment ago, and to actually engage in a replacement behavior immediately afterward. Now, this is really interesting and I think powerful, because I would have thought that you have to engage in a replacement behavior that truly replaces the bad habit behavior, right? That you would have to be able to identify your state of mind or the sequence of events leading into the bad habit, but rather the stage or the period immediately after the bad habit execution is a unique opportunity to insert a different type of what we would call adaptive behavior, but that could be any behavior that's not in line with the bad behavior. So let's give it an example. Let's say you find yourself, you're trying to do focused work, you pick up your phone, you're disappointing yourself for picking up your phone. You could, of course, just put it down and re-engage in the work behavior, but if you were good at that, then you probably wouldn't have done it in the first place. And so what turns out to be very effective is to go engage in some other positive habit. Now, this has two major effects. The first one is you start to link in time the execution of a bad behavior to this other good behavior. And in doing so, you start to recruit other neural circuits, other neurons that can start to somewhat dismantle the sequence of firing associated with the bad behavior. In other words, you start to create a kind of a double habit that starts with a bad habit and then ends with a good habit. And that seems to create enough of a temporal mismatch so that then recognizing when you're heading toward the bad habit becomes more apparent to you. So again, I want to make this very, very concrete. Let's say that the behavior is reflexively picking up one's phone. You do that, you think, oh goodness, I did it again. Here's what I'm going to do. You would set that down and then you would engage in some other positive behavior that you've deemed positive. And here it's very subjective, so it's hard for me to give an example that will necessarily make sense to everybody. But perhaps you're working on hydration, so maybe you go have a glass of water. Maybe you are trying to do breath work or something. Maybe you are trying to enhance your language speaking skills, and so you go and you spend 5 minutes doing a particular type of language learning. You literally exit whatever you are doing and perform that other new positive habit in the immediate period right after that, even for a short period of time.
The conditions of human life are such that suffering is an integral part of existence. Life is suffering. Why? Well, one reason is because of society's arbitrary judgment. Every single one of us has traits and features and quirks and idiosyncrasies that are far from ideal and that are judged by the standards of society as insufficient. And so you suffer because of your imperfect insufficiency in the eyes of others. And you can certainly make the claim that fairly frequently that's arbitrary. And so that's the claim that society is tyrannical and judgmental and needs to be constantly reconstituted so that the tyrannical element doesn't take full control. And fair enough, you have to stay awake so that that doesn't happen. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what society it is, although they vary in the degree of their tyranny. The mere fact that you're grouped together with other people and have to come up with a common value structure in order to live together means that many of the things that characterize you are going to be suboptimal. And so the price you pay for social being is that much of you is deemed insufficient. Now, hopefully there are various ways that you can be within a society that's sufficiently diverse so that you can find a place where what's good about you in the eyes of others and perhaps in your own eyes can flourish of its own accord, because you don't have to be good at everything. If you can be good at one thing well enough, that might allow you your niche. And hopefully a healthy society allows for that. Certainly societies can become so tyrannical that they don't. The other element of it, clearly, is the mere fact of the arbitrariness of the natural world. You have a lifespan that's going to be counted in the number of decades that you can count on two hands. And that has nothing to do, technically, with the tyranny of the social structure. Now, you could say, if we got our act together more completely, perhaps you could live longer, and fair enough. But the fact of the limits of your lifespan and the suffering that's necessarily a consequence of that, the death of your parents and the death of most people that you will know before you, means that that part of suffering is an integral part of existence itself. And so that can't be laid at the feet of an insufficient social structure, except insofar as it's tyrannical and blind. It's a condition of existence. And then by the same token, you have your own responsibility for some of your unnecessary suffering, because there's things you could be doing to make your life better and to make life better for other people that you know perfectly well that you're not doing. So there's three reasons why you suffer, and one is, well, look at you and the way you're built. It's inevitable. There's not very much of you and there's a lot of everything else. And so you just don't last that long, and you're fragile across multiple domains, and then you're harshly treated by society, and there's no doubt about that. And then there's responsibility that can be laid at your own feet. The proper pathway through that is to adopt the mode of authentic being. And that is something like refusing to participate in the lie, in deception and the lie, to orient your speech as much as you can towards the truth, and to take responsibility for your own life and perhaps also for the lives of other people. And there's something about that that's meaningful and responsible and noble, but also serves to mitigate the very suffering that produces, say, the nihilism or the flee into the arms of totalitarians to begin with. You need something to shelter you against your own vulnerability. And you can adopt a comprehensive description of reality that's formulated for you by someone else that neatly divides the world into those who are innocent and perhaps innocent victims, and those who are guilty and perhaps the perpetrators of the suffering. But none of that has anything to do with you, and in addition, it's not a reasonable way of assessing the world. The suffering is built in. The existentialist take is, no, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You don't have to necessarily have done anything wrong for things to get completely out of control. It's a terrifying doctrine, but it's not a hopeless doctrine, because it still says that there's a way forward, there's a pathway forward, and the pathway forward is to adopt a mode of being that has some nobility, so that you can tolerate yourself and perhaps even have some respect for yourself as someone who's capable of standing up in the face of that terrible vulnerability and suffering, and that the pathway forward, as far as the existentialists are concerned, is by, well, certainly by the avoidance of deceit, particularly in language, but also by the adoption of responsibility for the conditions of existence and some attempt on your part to actually rectify them. And the thing that's so interesting about that is, well, two, as far as I'm concerned, and some of this is from clinical experience, if you take people and you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, If for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, by your own definitions, right, within the value structure that you've created, to the degree that you've done that, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. And so you could say, well, in part, perhaps the reason that you're suffering unbearably can be left at your feet, because you're not everything you could be, and you know it. And of course, that's a terrible thing to admit, and it's a terrible thing to consider, but there's real promise in it, right? Because it means that perhaps there's another way that you could look at the world, another way that you could act in the world, so what it would reflect back to you would be much better than what it reflects back to you now. And then the second part of that is, well, imagine that many people did that, because we've done a lot as human beings. We've done a lot of remarkable things. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste, or how many hours a week you waste, and the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week, it's 100 hours a month, that's 2.5 full work weeks, it's half a year of work weeks per year. And if your time is worth $20 an hour, which is a radical underestimate, it's probably more like 50 if you think about it in terms of deferred wages. If you're wasting 20 hours a week, you're wasting $50,000 a year. And you are doing that right now. And it's because you're young, wasting $50,000 a year is a way bigger catastrophe than it would be for me to waste it, because I'm not going to last nearly as long. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you?
I've had a long career in multiple industries. If you list my sins, I sound like the worst person on earth. But if you put those against the things I've done right, it makes much more sense.
The value of beauty and inspiration is very much underrated, no question. But I'm not trying to be anyone's savior. That is not I'm just trying to think about the future and not be sad.
For me, it's simply this is something that is important to get done, and we should just keep doing it or die trying. And I don't need a source of strength.
So quitting is not even like...
It's not in my nature. And I don't care about optimism or pessimism. Fuck that, we're going to get it done. Tesla was under the most relentless short seller attack in the history of the stock market. Tesla was the most shorted stock in the history of stock markets. So, you know, this was affecting our ability to hire people. It was affecting our ability to sell cars. Yeah, it was terrible. They wanted Tesla to die so bad they could taste it.
Well, most of them have paid the price.
Yes. Where are they now?
Just work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in, 80 to 100 hour weeks every week. All those things improve the odds of success.
So when people tell me like, well, what can you do to encourage entrepreneurs to start companies? I'm like, if you need encouragement, don't start a company. We basically messed up almost every aspect of the Model 3 production line, from cells to packs to motors, body line, the paint shop, final assembly, everything. Everything was messed up. I lived in the Fremont and Nevada factories for 3 years, fixing that production line, running around like a maniac through every part of that factory, living with the team. Yeah. I slept on the floor so that the team who was going through a hard time could see me on the floor, that they knew that I was not in some ivory tower. Whatever pain they experienced, I had it more. I mean, there wasn't any other way to make it work. There were 3 years of hell. 2017, 18, and 19 were 3 years, the longest period of excruciating pain in my life. There wasn't any other way. And we barely made it, and we were on the ragged edge of bankruptcy the entire time.
Do you feel that this challenge of figuring out the new way of manufacturing. You actually have an edge now, that it's different, that you've figured out how to do this.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth. Yeah. I can tell you how every damn part in that car is made.
But I'm not afraid of dying. I think it will come as a relief. So,
although you may not be able to see the vision of SpaceX come true in your life.
well, I'd like to live long enough to see that.
Being at a net worth of 230 billion, roughly, being perceived as the richest person. Do you know John Law?
I don't know.
John Law used to be the richest person on earth 300 years ago.
Okay.
He was a poker player, a gambler. He was the biggest art collector on earth, so a lot of superlatives.
Wow.
In the end, he went bankrupt.
What? That's a pretty far to fall.
Did you ever thought about that option, that something could go wrong and that you could one day lose everything?
I mean, there's been many times where I expected to lose everything. Not, I mean, who starts a car company and a rocket company expecting them to succeed? Certainly not me. I thought they both had less than a 10% chance of success. Like, if I go bankrupt, fine, whatever. I don't care.
So many people so many young people actually, from across the globe. If you have an advice to them, young people globally who want to be like Elon Musk, what's your advice to them?
I think that probably they shouldn't want to be.
You?
I think it sounds better than it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not as much fun being me as you'd think. It could be worse for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard starting a company. I mean, you have to basically be prepared to work constantly, from when you wake up to when you go to sleep. You have to be willing to deal with a lot of difficult problems and thorny problems. You have to be willing to deal with an enormous amount of stress. And you just got to push yourself super, super hard. I wouldn't recommend it for most people.
No.
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Try to have a positive net contribution to society. I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of times, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you can live a useful life, that is a good life. A life worth having lived. I would encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, and Boring Company are philanthropy. If you say philanthropy is love of humanity, they are philanthropy. Tesla is accelerating sustainable energy. This is a love of philanthropy. Right. SpaceX is trying to ensure the long-term survival of humanity with multi-planet species. This is love of humanity. Neuralink is to help solve brain injuries and existential risk with AI. Love of humanity. Boring Company is trying to solve traffic, which is hell for most people, and that also is love of humanity. I'd encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read. Basically, try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things, because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't doing a peripheral exploration broadly of the knowledge landscape, and talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Just try learn as much as possible. Man's search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
yeah, what's the meaning of life and all, you know. But just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. Mm-hmm. So you want to try to find a thing where that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up. I mean, I'd have to be dead or completely incapacitated.
Essentially, like the longer you do anything, the more mistakes that you will make cumulatively, which if you sum up those mistakes will sound like I'm the worst predictor ever. But for example, for Tesla vehicle growth, I said I think we'll do 50%, and we've done 80%.
Yes.
But they don't mention that one. I mean, I'm not sure what my exact track record is on predictions. They're more optimistic than pessimistic, but they're not all optimistic. Some of them are exceeded, probably more are later, but they do come true. It's very rare that they do not come true. I mean, I don't aim to disrupt for the sake of disrupting, you know. It's more like there's thinking about what set of actions are most likely to lead to a better future. And so, you know, one of the things, obviously, in order for humanity to have a compelling future for civilization is that we must have a clear path to a sustainable energy future. That's one of the things that I think everyone would agree with. I'm not someone who would tend to sort of demonize oil and gas, to be clear. This is necessary right now, or civilization could not function. So I do think we actually need, and actually at this time, I think we actually need more oil and gas, not less. But simultaneously moving as fast as we can to a sustainable energy economy. I was living in the factory in Fremont and the one in Nevada for 3 years straight. That was my primary residence. Not kidding, literally.
Did you keep the couch?
I actually slept in a couch at one point in a tent on the roof. And then, but for a while there, I was just sleeping under my desk, which is out in the open in the factory, and for an important reason. And it was damn uncomfortable sleeping on that floor. And always, when I woke up, I'd smell like metal dust. Yeah, but actually, I stopped using the couch because there's a little conference room and a couch there. I stopped using the couch. And I just slept on the floor under my desk, so during shift change, the entire team could see me. And this is important because, like, you know, the team, if they think the sort of their leader is off somewhere having a good time, you know, drinking Mai Tais on a tropical island, the thing is that since the team could see me sleeping on the floor during shift change, with nothing, they knew I was there, and that made a huge difference. And then they gave it their all.
What kind of characteristics does an entrepreneur need or have to be someone like you?
Well, I think certainly you need to be very driven and have a high pain threshold.
Elon, you are reported by Forbes and everyone else as now, you know, the world's richest person.
That's not a sovereign. You know, I think it's fair to say that if somebody is like the king or de facto king of a country, they're wealthier than I am.
So, but it's just harder to measure. But what people do, so $300 billion, I mean, your net worth on any given day is rising or falling by several $1 billion. How insane, how insane is that?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you handle that psychologically? There aren't many people in the world who have to even think about that.
I actually don't think about that too much, but the thing that is actually more difficult, and that does make sleeping difficult, is that you know, every good hour or even minute of thinking about Tesla and SpaceX has such a big effect on the company that I really try to work as much as possible, to the edge of sanity, basically, because Tesla's getting to the point where, probably will get to the point later this year, where every high quality minute of thinking is $1 million to impact on Tesla.
One of the biggest mistakes people generally make, and I'm guilty of it too, is wishful thinking. You want something to be true, even if it isn't true. And so you ignore the things that, you ignore the real truth because of what you want to be true. This is a very difficult trap to avoid. And like I said, it's certainly one that I find myself in having problems with. But if you just take that approach of you're always to some degree wrong, and your goal is to be less wrong. So a challenge for entrepreneurs is to say, well, what's the difference between really believing in your ideals and sticking to them versus pursuing some unrealistic dream that doesn't actually have merit? And that is a really difficult thing to tell. Can you tell the difference between those two things?
Right.
So you need to be sort of very rigorous in your self-analysis. You guys are the magicians of the 21st century. Don't let anything hold you back. Imagination is the limit, and go out there and create some magic.
What Elon has to say about how he takes risks.
No, I literally just try to use a scientific method, frankly, and consider the what is the importance of the outcome, and what is one risking in order to achieve that outcome. And but like I said, if the outcome is important enough, even if the probability of success is low, one must, I think, still do it. In my view, some things are very important, and in order to have a good future. And if we don't do them, well, then we're in big trouble. And so, then how much of a risk really is it? Because if we don't take those actions, we won't have a good future. And I think the riskiest thing would be no action. Put a lot of stock and certainly have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things. And just generally to have not a zero-sum mindset, or have more of a grow the pie mindset. If you sort of say when we see people perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of doing things that seem morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero-sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero-sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero-sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have to overuse this analogy, you can have there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed. So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero-sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie.
So when I interview somebody, my interview question is always the same. I said, tell me the story of your life, and the decisions that you made along the way and why you made them. And also tell me about some of the most difficult problems you worked on and how you solved them. And that question, I think, is very important, because the people that really solve the problem, they know exactly how they solved it. They know the little details. And the people that pretended to solve the problem, they can maybe go one level and then they get stuck.
Are you happy at the moment?
I think there's degrees of love, but certainly for one to be feel fully happy, I think you have to be happy in work and happy in love. I suppose I'm medium happy. There are degrees of happiness.
Can love for projects, for work, compensate love among people?
I think love of work, in my experience, could at best make one halfway happy.
What was your biggest challenge in life?
One of the biggest challenges, I think, is making sure you have a corrective feedback loop, and then maintaining that corrective feedback loop over time, even when people want to tell you exactly what you want to hear. That's very difficult.
Buy flowers, buy the meal, don't ever let her pay, don't ever let her carry her bag, open her door. So at school, as a teenager, I got mauled by women for being that way. You know, I got walked all over. Yeah. They liked me, they thought I was a nice guy. But I was the one holding their bag while they got with that guy. It didn't translate, and I knew as a guy, as a teenager, something wasn't clicking. And something about what I'd been taught about attraction by my mum, who taught me to treat every woman like a princess. Yeah. Something about that advice wasn't translating and wasn't working. Now, when I started hearing from these books written for women, if he likes you, he's already talking to you. I looked at that and I thought, God, I'm not a loser. I'm not someone who's got everything going wrong in their life and is like, you know, oh, that's why he hasn't got the confidence. No, I was like a guy who had some great things going for him, and yet still I would look over there and go, no way. I was terrified. The idea of walking up to a woman and saying I like you or I think you're cute, terrifying. You know, I started to say to women, listen, firstly, even the guys you want are nervous about coming over to you. So you might have to do a little more to make this a possibility. So that's the psychology, when done in the direction of man to woman, is much more powerful, because men have these two instincts, provide and protect. But some of these instincts are kind of hardwired, right? What we're doing with a lot of our better nature is overcoming certain programming that we have. You know, in a riptide, you get pulled out to sea. Your instinct tells you in that moment to swim back to shore against the current. Ignore the riptide, I just need to get back to shore. Which is stronger, you or the current? Fighting harder won't save you. Thinking clearer will. And thinking more clearly means I need to swim sideways. I need to swim parallel. I'm giving myself a longer journey. But then when I'm out of the current, then I can swim back to shore. Yes. Instinct won't get you to do that, because that requires thinking clearly. Instinct will drown you in that moment. And in a relationship, in dating, your instincts will get you killed. Don't invest in someone based on how much you like them. Invest based on how much they invest in you. People don't do that. People invest on instinct. I really like them. And my investment is proportionate to how much I like them, not how much I'm seeing there's a mutual investment. An incredible connection is like you meet someone, you connect, and you have a great plot of land. This plot of land could be great because it's in the middle of a forest, could be great because it's on the cliffs overlooking the ocean. It's a beautiful place to build. But it's still just a plot of land. Let's see it for what it is. It's potential. Now what you need is two builders. Two people who are going to build something here. And that requires two people who show up each day and lay brick after brick after brick after brick. And slowly but surely create a castle. Most people have the experience of someone who joins them on that plot of land, and they both look at it and they're like, isn't this great? Look at the ocean. This is great. Look at the view we have here. Look at the trees. This is amazing. And they get real excited. Now, one of them might be willing to build. One of them might be a builder. The other one might just really like the potential of this plot of land. And then you have someone who's there building every day. They're doing the investment. I have the woman come to me who's building, and a guy who's left the construction site. And then 3 weeks later, he calls in after 3 weeks of ghosting her or just disappearing or just patchy communication and says, thinking of you. That's a builder who started building, then left the building site for 3 weeks and called in from home and went, "How's the castle going?" You can't build on your own. And the problem we have right now is there are too many people who value the connection instead of the castle. The castle becomes a castle because two people work on it, and it becomes unique and ornate, and there are secret passageways only the two of you know about, and there's an argument that knocks down a wall, and then you build it up and fortify that wall.
Interesting.
And it makes it even stronger, and this one is uniquely yours. It's been built by the two of you. That's a relationship. That's why, you know, a 20-year relationship or marriage or a 30-year relationship or marriage is special. Is because two people have had to go through shit together. They've done things together. When I was 13, my parents took me to America for the first time. We go into Disney World, and I learned something very interesting about myself there. Because of course I go in there, it's magical, but it was something that stood out to me, even more than Space Mountain, even more than the big ride. And it was the trash cans. On some level that maybe I couldn't fully articulate at that age, I saw the trash cans and I was moved by it. I said, someone cared enough about this place to theme the trash cans. It moved me. Often in a breakup, often when people are going through difficult times with their partner or whatever, the thing they go back to is, we had that amazing trip. But we had those amazing times. They go to these highlights. They go to the Space Mountain of their relationship. But relationships are about the trash cans, man. Because guess what? In a day at Disney, you ride Space Mountain once, maybe twice. How many times do you use the trash cans? Every 20 minutes. And what will define your relationship is the trash cans, not Space Mountain. My concern is the number of people out there who are staying in the wrong thing because of the Space Mountain of the relationship, or they're spending too much time grieving the loss of the wrong thing because all they remember is Space Mountain. I remember once having a breakup. It was the most painful breakup I've ever had. I was really in a bad way over it. And a while later, I spoke to this woman on the phone, and I had said to her in a brave moment on the phone, I said, why did you want to break up? I said, what was it for you that I wasn't doing? She said, you were boring. So I said, why was I boring? She said, when I first met you, you were the most ambitious person I'd ever met. And she said, I'd never met someone with such an ability to decide they want something and then get it. And she said it was so sexy. She said, but as we went into our relationship, the more time went on, the more that was all you were. You were super ambitious. You knew how to get what you want, but you were so one-dimensional. You know, it was all you did. Even in our free time, you were on the phone, you were on your laptop, you would talk about your business, you were always talking shop. There was never anything else you had to talk about. We didn't do anything spontaneous. We never went and had adventures. It was just all one track. And she said it got boring. Yeah. She was right. She was right. There was nothing I could argue with. And I realized something in that moment. One quality can make you really attractive, but it won't keep someone. It can make you sexy, it can make you intriguing, but it can even for a time make someone worship or idolize you. If you pair ambition, say, with an ability to enjoy life, now that person is
really sexy.
Super sexy. But when you combine it with something else, it becomes what I call unique pairing. You find like what seems to be a good man, but with an edge. That's a unique pairing.
Yes.
And that's someone that becomes not an attraction, but an addiction. It's finding those combinations that make you go, oh my God, the person I was with last night, they were this and they were this. It's the and. If you want to know why you found it so hard to get over a certain ex, look for the unique pairing. There was some unique pairing that made you feel
addicted,
like they were difficult to replace. And that's what scares us. The more unique pairings you have, the more you become a rare bird in the dating marketplace. When you become rare, people get really terrified of losing you. Be the person that has the unique pairings that other people are terrified of losing. I think there's also a greater sense of entitlement these days, where people feel like they're owed, and marriage is, you've met the right person, so it's supposed to all feel great. And when it doesn't feel great, and when it's not all working, there must be something wrong with this person. Not with me, not with the amount of effort I'm investing into this relationship. There must be something wrong with this person. It turns out they're not the one after all. I thought they were, but they're not. The search continues. So the entitlement has people believing that it shouldn't be effort. You have to maintain that passion. You have to find new ways to excite each other. Me and my partner, we're always searching. We're always exploring each other. We're always trying to figure out, like, what's going to turn you on tomorrow? How do I do something that you didn't predict? Or how do I get you to know me a little less so that you get desire again? In relationships, you have to have both love and desire. Love isn't enough. Love is the thing that makes me want to get close to you. When I feel things for you, I want to know your mind. I want to know everything there is to know about you. I want to know what you're thinking. I want to know what you're doing tonight. I want to know who your friends are. I want to become friends with them. I want to get close to your mum. That's love. The desire to almost become merged. But desire exists in the space between two people. So you feel desire when there's a void and when there's some mystery and when you're still getting to know someone. So desire, ironically, is the thing that ends up creating love, because desire is like, I want to get close to you because I don't have you. And then when I get close, we feel feelings of love, but not desire now. Everyone's going to tell you, now your kids have gone off to university. Now you have all this time to spend together. I said, but the problem is, you're going to have nothing to talk about. You said it all, and you've been together this whole time. I said, I'm going to give you a kind of strange piece of advice. I think you should use this time to spend some time apart. She go on holiday and you go on holiday, and then come back and tell each other about it. Have that some space so that when you come back together, there's a little mystery to it. It will be scary. This is why people get very emotional about this and they get upset, because they're like, what do you mean get to know my husband less? What do you mean like spend time apart? But what they don't realize is you never know your partner as well as you think you do. So the idea that you're like this and you know everything about them is a complete illusion. And secondly, you doing that is death to the relationship. So if you really care and if you really are a team, you'll be able to trust each other, but you'll be able to give each other space to create that desire again.
We're going to have days, weeks, times where we're going through something really serious, and our partner's job is to show up. But a friend of mine who's kind of blunt said to me, some days or weeks you get to be needy and difficult and high maintenance and boring and insecure, and then you don't. We get to be those things for a time, until we don't, until it gets too much for somebody else, because we need to be, at the very least, we need to show our partner we're committed to our own growth. I need to do the work to be the most loving, confident person I can be in this world. Sometimes you have to do something new. It doesn't even matter what it is necessarily. It just matters that it takes your brain to a different train of thought, a different idea, a different moment. We're so used to getting our house exactly the way we know it all the time and having the wheel just turning the same way. Sometimes turning the wheel on its side and giving yourself something else to think about is one of the most valuable things you could do for your life, for your relationship, for your mental health, for your creativity, for everything.
I've been trying to figure out what gives people's lives meaning. And if you look at it technically, in order to have any positive meaning in your life, you have to have identified a goal and you have to be working towards it. And there is a technical reason for that. And the technical reason, as far as I can tell, is that the circuitry that produces the kind of positive emotion that people really like is only activated when you're proceeding towards a goal that you value. And so that means that if you don't have a goal that you value, you can't have any positive emotion. So technically that's the incentive reward system, and the underlying circuitry is dopaminergic. And when that circuitry is activated, then it's part of the exploratory circuit. It gives you the sense of being actively engaged in something worthwhile. You tend to think of positive emotion as something produced by reward, but there's two kinds of positive emotion. One is the reward that's associated with satiation, and that's consummatory reward, and that's the reward you get when you're hungry and you eat. But the thing about eating when you're hungry is that it destroys the framework within which you were operating, right? It's time to eat. Well, you eat, and then that framework's no longer relevant. So the consummatory reward eliminates the value framework. And then you're stuck with, well, what are you going to do next? And so the consummatory reward has with it its own problems, but the incentive reward is constantly what keeps you moving forward. And incentive reward, because it's dopaminergic, also is analgesic, literally analgesic. So if you're in pain, you take opiates and that will cut the pain, but so will psychomotor stimulants like cocaine or amphetamines. And so it's literally the case that if you're engaged in something that's engaging and you're working towards a goal, that you're going to feel less pain. And you can see this happening with athletes who, they'll break their thumb or something, or maybe sometimes even their ankle, and they'll keep playing the game. Of course, afterwards they're suffering like mad, but the fact that they're so filled with goal-directed enthusiasm means that, well, the pain systems are in some sense shut off. So that's an interesting thing, because what it suggests, then you could imagine, I might say, well, how happy are you that you've made a certain amount of progress? And if you think about it, what you'd say is, well, it depends on how much progress and in relationship to what. So hypothetically, you're going to be happier if you've made quite a bit of progress towards a really important goal. And then you have to think through what it means for a goal to be really important, because that's not obvious. Now, you could say, you're in this class and you're listening to some information, and maybe there's two reasons for that. You might find the information interesting per se, but let's forget about that for a minute. You need to listen to the information so that you can do well on the assignments, so that you can do well in the class. You need to do well in your classes so that you can finish up your degree. You need to finish up your degree so that you can find your place in the world. You need to do that so that you're financially stable and maybe you can start a family and have a life, and that's all part of being a good person, something like that. And so that's a hierarchy of goals, and you might say that being a good person would be the thing, however vaguely thought through, that's at the top of that hierarchy. And then when you're doing things that serve that ultimate purpose, then you're going to find those more meaningful, and that meaning is actually produced as a consequence of the engagement of this exploratory circuit that's nested right down in your hypothalamus. It's really, really old. It's as old as thirst, and it's as old as hunger. It's really an old system. And so you want to have that thing activated. It might be that the sense of meaning that life can provide to you is proportionate to the amount of responsibility you decide to take on. And that'd be very strange if it was the case, because responsibility, of course, is a kind of weight, obviously, and it's difficult to take on responsibility. But if any positive emotion that you feel, and your control of anxiety, and the control over pain, is dependent on the activation of these systems that watch you move towards a desired goal, then the more complete and weighty the goal is, the more kick there's going to be in the observation that you're moving towards it. And you kind of already know this, because you'll have observed in your own life that when you're engaged in something that you believe in, that the time passes properly. You can see this even if you're reading a paper and it's actually related in some intelligible manner to something that you want to learn. So even though it's difficult, you get engaged in it, you can remember it better, you can process it better, and you're not so likely to fall asleep, and you're not so likely to want to find distractions, all of that. You can get into it. And it would be very interesting if that was proportionate to the degree of responsibility that you're willing to shoulder, and I think you can make a strong case for that. I've also often wondered, imagine you could offer people a choice. Here's the choice. You could say, well, your life isn't meaningful. The nihilists have got it right. There's no meaning in your life. And because of that, there's no reason for you to accept any responsibility. So you can live a responsibility-free life, and maybe one of impulsive pleasure-seeking, but a responsibility-free life. But the price you pay is that it doesn't get to be meaningful. Or you could say to someone, no, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to say, you can live a meaningful life, but it's only going to be as meaningful as the amount of responsibility that you're willing to bear. And then you might say, well, what would people choose? Because everybody also always makes noises about wanting to have a meaningful life. But if the price you pay for that is the adoption of responsibility, then it's not so obvious that people would choose meaning over pointless pursuits, if the benefit they got for choosing the pointless pursuits was that they really didn't have to care about anything they ever did, right? It's no responsibility. when you go from a bad place to a better place, you go to a worse place first. It's a great thing to know because it also tells you why you might be unwilling to take the next step. You know, you're aiming up, but in order to aim up, you have to let go of something you already have. And then that'll put you into a state of chaos. And unless you're willing to undergo that intermediary state of chaos, and you might not recover from it, you're not going to get to the next level. Many of you, I presume, have seen Breaking Bad. You have this ordinary high school teacher who really thinks that he's an axe, and his family as well. You know, like your typical persona, roughly speaking. He's just a normal guy. But part of the reason that he's a normal guy is because he actually hasn't been put in abnormal circumstances, and then all of a sudden he is. And he has a genuine moral conundrum, right? He's going to die of lung cancer, and he has a son who's got a lot of health problems, and he's terrified that he's going to leave his wife and his child behind with nothing. And so he decides to do something that temporarily that he regards as what they would normally regard as reprehensible. And of course, he just gets tangled up in that. But then as the story unfolds, you see that it's more complicated, because it's not that he was just innocent, good guy and he decided to turn bad. He's also very resentful and angry. And it's partly because he's a bit of a pushover at the beginning, or maybe more than a bit of a pushover. And also that he didn't really fulfill his own potential, and that, you know, he had friends who walked down the entrepreneurial path, and maybe they weren't quite fair to him, but whatever, he ends up not very successful as a high school teacher. And so he's really angry about that. And so there's more motivation for him opening up the door to the terrible elements of his personality than just the fact that he's got good motivations to do so. And that unfolds, you know. And so you see the warps and twists in his resentful character increasingly manifest themselves as he walks down this road to really total brutality. So it's one step at a time. And that's the thing, is that you end up in very bad places one step at a time. So you've got to watch those steps. Sometimes you take a leap forward and you learn some things, but you can't catalyze a new identity. So you try to go back and hide in your old identity. And that actually doesn't work, because, well, things have changed and you've learned something, and that isn't who you are anymore. And so it's like you have to cut parts of yourself off in a destructive manner to fit back into the person that you were. One of the times in your life when you actually realize that you're an individual is when you'll go and ask your parents something, and you'll realize they actually don't know any more about what you should do than you do. And that sucks. And that's partly why people are often willing to maintain a tyrant-slave relationship with their father. It's like, on the one hand, you have to be inferior in a relationship like that. You know, you've always got the judge watching you. But on the other hand, there's always someone who knows what to do. There's always someone standing between you and the unknown that you can go ask, what should I do? Well, at some point, you'll realize that the reason you can't ask that anymore is because they actually don't know any more than you do. And then that's a pain. Like that is a symbolic death. And that's also when you establish a more individual relationship with your parents. It's at that point that you could conceivably start taking care of them instead of the reverse. And that's a time that should come. But you have to let that image of perfection go. And that exposes you.
We did it to ourselves. I hate to say it. You know, we overemphasized this rugged individualism ideal in the United States. And it's backfired on a number of levels. One, we've put massive pressure on a young generation that they have to have everything figured out by themselves, do it all themselves, work hard, have a vision, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Know your purpose, which is, by the way, no human being is strong enough to do that alone. And we've forgotten the value of service. You know, service to our fellow human beings, service to our community. There's just sort of a decline in the sense of taking care of each other. And the great irony is, as social animals, we only thrive as individuals when we also take care of each other. I mean, even Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is so popular even in the business world. And if you consider, Maslow made a massive mistake, right? Which is, there is an inherent paradox to being human, which is every moment of every day, we are both individuals and members of groups. Every day, right? Every day, I am confronted with little and big decisions Do I prioritize myself at the expense of the group, or do I prioritize the group at the expense of myself? There's an entire school of thought that says, no, you have to take care of yourself first so that you'll be healthy to take care of the group. And there's another entire school of thought that says, no, you have to take care of the group so that they can take care of you when you need it. And the answer is you're both right and you're both wrong. It's a paradox. And this is what Maslow got wrong. At the base of his pyramid is food and shelter. And on the third level up is relationships. I've never heard of anyone dying of suicide because they were hungry, right? We die of suicide because we're lonely. In other words, there's something more important than food and shelter. If you only consider us as individuals, Maslow nailed it. You got it 100% right. The problem is he forgot that we're also members of groups. And that's the problem. He's only half right. And we've so prioritized, and think about what's at the top of Maslow's hierarchy, self-actualization. How gross is that I literally sit on the top of a pyramid. I'm at the highest point, looking down, self-actualized, me. Again, what about shared actualization? Yeah. What about that we grow as a community and take care of each other, and we take a tremendous joy at the success of others? Any parent knows this, right? The intense joy a parent gets to see their child succeed. Well, that's nothing to do with you, but it is. It's your family. It's your paying it forward. It's all those years of sacrifice that finally bear fruit. And there's something to be said for taking joy in the success of our colleagues and our coworkers and our friends, as opposed to being angry and bitter and what about me? Like I said, we've over-indexed the rugged individualism. I think we can do a lot more. And as if I haven't beaten this horse to death, I'll add one more thing just to reinforce the point more. There's an entire section in the bookshop called self-help, and there is no section in the bookshop called help others. This is a problem. Dr. James Carse, who in the mid-1980s articulated these two types of games, finite games and infinite games. A finite game is defined as known players, fixed rules, and an agreed upon objective. Football, baseball. There's always a beginning, middle, and an end. And if there's a winner, necessarily there has to be a loser. And then you have infinite games. Infinite games are defined as known and unknown players, which means new players can join at any time. The rules are changeable, which means everyone can play however they want. And the objective is to perpetuate the game, to stay in the game as long as possible. Turns out we're players in infinite games every day of our lives. There's no such thing as winning global politics. There's no such thing as winning education. You can come in first for the finite amount of time you're at school, because there's an agreed upon metric system and there's agreed upon standards as to what first looks like, but nobody wins education. Nobody gets declared the winner of careers. And there's definitely no such thing as winning business or winning politics. You can win an election, but you can't win politics. But if we listen to the language of so many of our leaders, it becomes abundantly clear that they don't know the game they're playing in. They talk about being number one, being the best, or beating their competition. Based on what? Based upon what agreed upon objectives, metrics, or timeframes. And this is a serious problem, because when we play with a finite mindset in an infinite game, when we play to win in a game that has no finish line, there's some consistent and predictable outcomes. The big ones include the decline of trust, the decline of cooperation, and the decline of innovation. And when you talk about modern day politics, what do we see? Nothing short of decline of trust and decline of cooperation. They're not working together for the greater good. They're working together to see themselves reelected, whether as an individual or as a party, to stay in power. And sometimes that means doing things that will actually hurt us, the general population, the voter, to protect themselves or protect their images. There is no sacrifice for the greater good. Are you kidding? And the big joke is there's no such thing as winning or losing in those games anyway. Like when Circuit City went bankrupt, Best Buy won nothing. All that happened was the game changed. Yeah. And I've talked to some old-timey congressmen, and they've said back in the day, they used to debate 80% of a bill behind closed doors and come to an agreement. The last 20% was for the cameras. And the ambition, the goal, was that both parties could go back to their constituents and say, we got what we wanted. In other words, both could win. Just like business, it's an infinite game. Two companies selling basically the same product for basically the same price for basically the same quality can both be wildly successful simultaneously. And it's the same in politics. Both parties can actually be successful at the same time. But now it's not enough for one party to say we won what we got, what we wanted. We now have embraced this finite mindset in this infinite game of politics where it's not enough for us to win, but the other party has to lose, which is a joke because there's no such thing. And all that hurts is us. It destroys, as I said, cooperation, innovation, and trust. The problem is that it's an existential crisis. You know, if we continue down this obsessively finite path, it becomes existential. You know, and for the cynics out there, you know, the infinite game is not the absence of finite games. It's the context within which those finite games exist. There's nothing wrong with winning if the rules of the game allow for winning, right? There's nothing wrong with metrics and counting. You know, our dopamine-driven brains need to count things. We need to feel the progress, count the progress. You can't run a marathon without mile markers. It's actually really unnerving, right? Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong with that. But to what end is the question I would ask. To what end? You know, you want to make money. To what end? You want to get a promotion. To what end? So you can retire. You know, they're not going to write the last balance on your bank account on your tombstone. You know, nobody wants the title on their last business card on their tombstone. We want to be remembered for the kind of people we were, you know, devoted husband, loving mother. This is the kind of people we were, and yet we forget about that. And the funny thing is, we're so obsessed with the finite. I mean, take exercise as a great example of the analogies we should be using. We overuse sports and war analogies in business, right? Mm-hmm. But health is actually a much better analogy. So you want to be healthy, great. There's a whole list of things you have to do. You've got to exercise, you've got to eat right, you've got to get sleep, you've got to nurse your personal relationships. The list goes on and on and on. You can't do them all perfectly all the time. Some of that causes stress, but you got to kind of like try and do as best you can. So pick one of them, exercise, right? There's nothing wrong with having a finite game within that. Just like in business, for example, we can pick an arbitrary number. I want to lose X amount of weight by an arbitrary date. Done. That's exactly what we do in business. That's what called business planning is. Arbitrary numbers, arbitrary dates, right? And so we get to exercising and doing the work, and we weigh ourselves every day. And if we have a good day, we feel all great. And if we have a bad day, we feel all down. And if you hit your goal on the right date, on the right time, you feel amazing. This feeling of incredible success, except you have to keep exercising for the rest of your life. Like, it's not over. Right? It's just one of the steps. It's one of the milestones, but you have to keep at it. And what happens if you miss your goal? Nothing. Nothing happens, right? In fact, you're way healthier now than you were when you started, and you'll probably hit your goal in 2 or 3 more months if you just keep at it. And it's the same in business. If you miss an arbitrary number and an arbitrary date, you know what happens? Nothing. Nothing happens. And the problem is we prioritize those that hit the number on the date, and we ignore those that are building good teams with good relationships and good product and good service. And we don't reward those people, even though we can see they'll hit their numbers in 13 months instead of 12. We can look at the trend data. And so I think we have to use health as the better analogy when we think about building a business. We want to build strong, long-lasting businesses. We're going to have to do all these practices forever. And the people who succeed us will have to pick up where we left off. And all of the choices we make, the finite choices we make, have to be in service to health, right? We can't just win for now. And if I create problems, I'm going to be retired. It's not my problem, it's yours. We can't do that. And so I think health is a much better analogy than sports or war. When you embrace the infinite mindset, it actually does lead to finite success. And I think the reason, if this makes so much sense, and here we are talking about it, and it's so logical, and everyone's nodding, it begs the question, then why don't people do it? And I think this goes back to the leadership vacuum that we live in today, which is to live a life with an infinite mindset. The problem is those accomplishments are not predictable in time. And we live in a world where we really not only want things, but need things. Our whole incentive structures in our companies, the election cycles, everything is set up that you have to show success by this date, by this time. And the infinite game just doesn't work that way, which is it's like riding a bicycle. It's like every single kid can learn how to ride a bicycle. It doesn't matter anything. You can learn how to ride a bike. There's a process. You have to start with training wheels. You take one wheel off, you take 2 wheels off. One of your parents is holding the back of the seat. At some point they'll let go. You'll look down, you'll freak out, you'll fall over, you know? And if you just go through this process, 100% of kids will learn how to ride a bicycle. The problem is I don't know how long it takes. Right. Some kids will learn quickly, some kids will learn slowly. Every kid learns how to walk. Every kid learns how to talk. Parents compare. How long did yours take to walk? Mine's a little slow, right? It's okay. There's a process, and 100% of the time it works. And the fear we have is to trust the process. And so we hijack the process for the short-term game while doing long-term damage to ourselves or organizations, rather than simply trusting the process, working out, all of these things. If you trust the process, 100% of people will get into shape. If you simply work out for 20 minutes a day, 100%. But I just don't know when. And we know this inherently in the infinite games that we're comfortable with, like riding a bicycle, like learning to walk or talk, like getting into shape. But for some reason in other infinite games, we can't do it. And like I said before, the incentive structures we have actually encourage us to ignore the principles of the infinite game and overly embrace the rugged individualism and the finite mindedness. And the sad part is all we do is damage to ourselves and the people we love. That's it. The qualities of being a good leader look eerily close to just the qualities of being a good human being. Somebody's a little short with you, in customer service. Maybe they have a shitty boss, and it's incredibly disarming. Instead of raising your voice, which we've all done, we've all got short-tempered and we've all got frustrated, it happens. But for that one time that you have the self-awareness to say to the person, hey, are you okay? I can only imagine what it must be like over there. And, let me know how I can help you. I don't want to be that difficult customer who makes your job worse. I just want to be that customer who can make your job better, and it's remarkable how people respond when we're just nice to them. Say please and thank you. Look the barista in the eye and say, thank you. How are you? And actually mean it. My friend, Lieutenant General George Flynn from the Marine Corps says his true test of leadership is if you ask somebody how they're doing and you actually care about the answer. And like I said, listen not to someone's words, try and listen for meaning. And so, the things that we can start to do to be better leaders is recognize that we are in this thing called life with others, whether we like it or not. And this is my definition of faith. Faith is the understanding that we are on a team, even when we don't know who all the other players are. And you just have to trust that other people will be there for you, even if you don't know who they are, and some of them you do. And likewise for others, that you are on someone else's team. Everyone you interact with on a daily basis, and some you don't, you are on their team even if they don't know you are. And so give people faith in the human race. Give people faith that people are kind and good, be that team member. So I think the first thing we can all do, the simplest thing that we can all do to be the leaders we wish we had is just consider the lives of others.
There's two motivators, right? There's the gaining of pleasure, right? Wanting to go get something, chasing the dream. But then there's the avoidance of pain. And for a lot of champions, that's a pretty big driving force for them. And there's this thing people think that I'll be happy when. Once I get this big, amazing home, or once I get this car, or once I get this relationship or an amount of money, then I'll allow myself some happiness. The problem is the finish line always moves. You never arrive there, right? The other part is people think, well, if I enjoy myself now, I'm going to lose my drive. In other words, if I can just wire myself with enough pain all the time, I won't lose my drive or ambition. The truth is there's no correlation between the two at all. There's no relationship between you feeling complete pain all the time and losing drive. And so I talk about living in a state of blissful dissatisfaction. And really the best example of that would be if you've ever, I love a good meal, right? If I bite into a great piece of steak, if you're a steak eater like I am, you take that first bite, it's like complete bliss, right? There's no correlation between how great that tasted and your lack of desire for the next bite. In fact, that bliss causes you to want more of it. And so the more we can begin to reward ourselves with bliss, we're not going to lose our dissatisfaction. We're not going to lose that. And so for me, our brains, this dopamine hit you get when you do something successful, if you constantly cheat yourself out of that hit, right, biomechanically in your body, less and less in the future will you want to achieve the next level, the next dream, the next step. And that's why so many people stall out in life. They got to a certain point and they cheated themselves out of the bliss, out of the celebration. It's important that we celebrate our wins. We celebrate our lives because it causes us to want the next bite. It keeps us hungrier, not the reverse. Self-confidence is really self-trust. So the first thing is, the people I know that are really happy are very self-aware. They want to get to the next version of themselves all the time. And so for me, self-confidence comes because I didn't have it. I was so insecure and shy and introverted. So I had to find techniques and resources to build that up in me. And for me, it's very simple. It's the promises that I keep to myself. If I have a habit over and over of beginning to stack one on top of the other, of keeping promises I make to me, not other people, the minute you begin to get external in your life, worrying about what other people think about you, you've lost all control and it never fills you up. And people's admiration, people's gratitude towards you will never fill you up. It's your own. At that time, my wife did get frank with me. This is not who you are. This is not what you're about. I don't recognize this person. This is who you are. And I had another person, to my benefit, pointing out to me the things that were great about me. And this is why life gives you these great tests. I had a really good friend of mine. I went to lunch and he said, I don't know who this guy is here in front of me. And he goes, let me ask you a question, honestly. Right now, what are you grateful for? And at the lunch, I said, nothing, brother. There's nothing good in my life right now. And he goes, that's pretty freaking pathetic. You can't find anything in your life to be grateful for right now. And on the drive home, I'm not kidding you, I started to stack gratitude. I started to take inventory, because if you can find things to be grateful for in that space, man, is your life going to be rich when there really are external things to be grateful for. So my first mechanism out of that space was honestly to stack the things I was grateful for. And I started reinforcing it over and over and over again. All of a sudden, all these things start to come into my awareness that I'm grateful for. I start to magnetize to myself some people that I needed to find into my life, and that was the next layer. I started to see things to be grateful for. My health, my fitness, people who loved me. And what it is, it changed my state. When I stacked gratitude, I changed what I did in the morning, and I changed what I did in the evening. And so somehow by grabbing control of my morning and by grabbing control of my evening, I got some measure of control over the middle of my day. And I set up routines in my morning. Maybe they served me, maybe they didn't, but they were things I could deliver on doing for myself. You do emotions. You don't just feel them, you do them. Joy is an actual action, not just an emotion. So the quickest way to change our behavior, our emotions, and our state is with our body. I play these very strange games with myself when I'm at the gym. When I'm working out, I always do one extra rep, one extra set, because it's a promise I kept to myself. And here's the biggest thing. It's a pattern. It's a pattern I keep of me. I always do a little extra. I always go the extra inch. And the quickest and easiest place to do it is the gym, because I can always grab one more weight, one more set. It shifts your identity. But you are going to get out of your life, you're going to be the most powerful force in the world, I think, is to be consistent with the concepts, ideas, and worth that you hold for yourself. You will get that out of your life. I think the biggest shift in our lives, the things that makes us the happiest, is that when somebody helps us identify our natural giftedness. And when I was a little boy, when I got a little bit older, they pointed out my speed. So it wasn't my lack of size, I was fast. When I got into business, they said, you're intense. When someone points out a gift about you that you also kind of intuitively know to be true, they're linked to them. You're intense, you're passionate, you won't get outworked, you're relentless. I went, I am those things. And when someone linked those gifts to me winning, now I believed I could win. And so the way we change our identity, the way I changed mine, was by getting in touch with what some of my natural gifts were and then using them in my career, using them in my life. That shifted the weight right off of me. Because the weight was, I suck, I'm shy, I'm small, I have a screwed up family. That's the weight, right? The lifting off of the weight is, these are some gifts God gave me, or the universe gave me, or that at least I know I have, and I can spend my life using these gifts. Now I've got hope. Now my identity's changing. Now my life takes a different direction. For those of you that struggle with taking criticism, you got to ask yourself, how important is it to you to grow? Because you were put on earth to grow, to contribute, to serve, to help. You were in your way. And the current version of you is perfect as it stands right now, but it will be inferior next year. You're perfect as you are now, but that version of you isn't sufficient next year. You got to be crazy, hungry, crisis to get to that next version of you. I want the data. I want the input. I want the information. I want the feedback to get to the next version of me, regardless of how it emotionally makes me feel. I'm like driven by that. Without that information, why am I living? I also want to be surrounded by people who are not messaging me, is enough? Right. Everything's good, man. Take a break. And I may not want more money. You and I both have a lot of money, right? We'd probably like more, but it's not my driver. I want more peace, more gratitude, more abundance, more contribution, more memories, more experiences, more joy, more love. That will never be enough for me. Put me in the ground if I don't get any more of that stuff, right? I want to grow. I want to see the next place. And so that's the journey. You're always going someplace. So you might as well want to get the information and the equipment to get there. And that's where I want to go. One of the reasons I'm relatively fit is not just peak state. I have an uncle in my family that died at 50 years old of a heart attack. And I look like him a lot. So on the way back from his funeral, my reticular activator's on heart attacks. On the TV screen on the airplane, I'm listening to music, is the Oprah Winfrey show. She's going through a new heart scan. I've unplugged my headphones, plug it into the airplane one. They're talking about this new scan at Cedars-Sinai that at that time was new. It could read the plaques in your arteries, the calcifications, without going, really invasively. I scheduled it. I went in, and he says, "Oh my, I can't believe these arteries are in that young body." Wow. Got my attention. He goes, "Let me ask you a question." He goes, "Your wife's pregnant. What do you have?" And I said, "A daughter." This is where you get a dad. He goes, "Would you like to walk her down the aisle on her wedding day, or are you okay that it's some other man?" I went, "What the f is on this scan?" And he goes, "I want to be very clear with you. If you keep going down the road you're going, there'll be some other man walking your daughter down the aisle that's not even born yet on her wedding day." And I went, boom. And he goes, "But if you do exactly what I tell you to do, you'll be there." And so to this day, brother, there are mornings when I wake up, not every morning, I don't want to go to the gym. I go, Bella's wedding, Bella's wedding, Bella's wedding. So my standards are high because of my big old reasons. Other dudes may miss the gym that day because they're not going to miss their daughter's wedding if they don't go. But I've convinced myself I'll miss my daughter's wedding. So I will get my ass out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning and I will get to that gym because my reasons are bigger, so my standards are higher. So that's what I think causes us to have great standards, is huge reasons.
What is the impact that you want to have on the world?
I want to inspire as many people as I physically can in their lives to chase down the ultimate version of them, in their way, in their place, and in their space. Chase down the version of you that you were born to be. That version of you, or myself, but it could have to do with the people that you reach, the people you touch, the one person's life you change. And so I want to be that person who gives people their platform, their shot at life, their ability to join the ranks of people who meet the highest version of themselves. And so that's the impact I want to make in the world.
What better subject to study than ourselves? What better subject to interrogate and investigate daily? What's the one character that we should never get bored with chasing to figure out? But also, it's also the one character that we can't get away from ourselves. It's the one person that we can't get rid of. So I have enjoyed and not enjoyed investigating myself through my life. I write about this in the book. I don't, to form a personal style or to know who we are or what we want, that's hard to do. So I have learned to, by process of elimination, get rid of the things that you go, well, that is not me, or that is just a fad. That's not going to ever be classic. That does not feed me. That may be, for instance, there's certain pursuits we go, yeah, that may be an immediate green light that's just plugged into a battery, but that light's going to go out because that battery's going to die. That's not truly solar powered green light. So style is finding those things where we go, oh, that's a solar powered green light. That's who I am and who I am not. So we figured out who we're not first. I found that I was able to figure out who I was by process of elimination. It's also, I'd rather be a good man than a nice guy. That happens later, and that's part of style. I've always said this: I'd rather have an asshole than a dork. Why? Because at least I know where the asshole stands. The dork's trying to be everything to everybody that he thinks they want them to be. I don't want to be that. I don't really enjoy being around that person because I can't trust them. And when I've been one, I couldn't trust myself. So style is also about, once you do find your frequency on something, go forward if you're a non-tyrant and don't ask permission. And that's the not giving a damn part. I've found that the world will actually acquiesce and go, yep, I'll give you a green light on that, if you actually go forward and mean it, you're going to do it by hook or by crook and not ask permission. You know, it's a trick, but it works in our life. I mean, sometimes if something is number one on our list and we've got to have it, we need it. A lot of times we don't get it. Think about it, whether it's that girl or whether it's that friend or whatever it is, man, if you make them the number one thing in your life, they're going to go like, well, what else did you have going before you came to me? You know what I mean? I want somebody who had their together before they came to me a little bit. If I'm your everything, then I'm probably, a lot of times people will go, or situations will say, no, we don't want you because you need us too bad. Something about taking that trip to Germany got that need out of my mind, and the idea of getting a job or an agent in Hollywood became subliminally number 2 on my list of priorities. Just by sheer that I'd kind of forgotten about it and wasn't thinking about it all the time. Well, that allowed me to relax, to be involved in a meeting with an agent where they accepted me, to then go out on auditions and actually get them, because I was like, I really want this, but I don't need it. And there's a big difference. And Hollywood is in fame. There's a game in Hollywood. It is an affair. It's not necessarily a marriage. And there's a game to play, and it's better to want it and not need it. In many ways, and I think especially today, not just in acting career, but in all of our careers, athletes, everything is with so much room to be objective. What are we on our phone? There's a jumbotron, immediate response when we put something out. We may be becoming too objective or measuring too aware, giving too much credence to awareness of, how am I perceived? You know, kids these days, it's what they put out, how it's received. If it's got enough thumbs up, they have a good day. If it's got enough thumbs down, they have a bad day. So our being and our attitude and how we feel about ourselves is more reliant. We're letting it be more reliant on what other people think about us today than ever before. I say lean into the subjective. I don't give a damn about what anyone else thinks. I'm done it, but I'm going to chase down and do what's truest to me. And then it's time to pop out sometimes and read your reviews or have a look at the jumbotron or watch that performance on playback. It's okay, but if you're thinking about the result or thinking in the third person too early, I don't believe you do near as good or true of a job in the first person, subjectively, that you could do. I do think that there's great value in being alone. And if we are alone and we get bored and we don't like the company, ding, may that light go off to say that does not mean we need to pick up our phone to get some attention or go to the bottle to ease the anxiety or go online to get some feedback to entertain ourselves. No, it's actually a great time to say no. Sit here in that discomfort long enough to go, okay, until you come out the other side to go, all right, I'm good with me again. Now, it's part of that. I write about it about traveling in general. Ideally, you don't go to a place, I always say this, I don't want to leave a place I travel to until I get to the point of going, I could live here. This could be my existence. And as soon as I get to that point, then I'm like, okay, you can go. Now I can go. That's the same thing in the personal journeys. Stick with it till you get through the uncomfortable times, until you go, you know what? I can spend time with myself. I could do this. I could do this forever. Well, then it's okay to go to re-engage, pick up your phone, go see your friends, go have a drink, what have you, go look for those things that are the other relationships in life. But hopefully not until. There's great value in not doing that until you go, I'm good with me and me for right now. If there's a responsibility to freedom, and that there is freedom in responsibility, and that earn your way there. We remember the stuff we earn, the stuff we experience, more than what the teacher tells us or what someone gives us for free. We just do. We broke a proverbial sweat on it, whether it's mental or physical or whatever. We built it. We understand. We felt how we got it, how we achieved it, how we got what we wanted. Those stick with us. Whether we forget them intellectually, they were written in our lineage, and they build resilience, and they build a healthy, true optimism going forward to know that, oh no, I've worked for something before and achieved it. delayed gratification. Oh, there are choices I can make today for myself that will pay me back later in life. Mailbox money, as we call it in the entertainment industry. ROI. There are specific personal choices we can make, and they're worth considering. Look, I'm all for hedonism. I'm all for immediate gratification too. Sometimes it's like, yes, dude, it's Halloween. Eat all the candy you want. Go for it. It's not going to become a habit day to day. There's certain nights where you're like, hey guys, tonight we're going to blow it out. The walls are padded and we got nothing. We're off work on Monday. Let's go. You know, I mean, certain times to say that's okay, but there's, you know, where is the selfish choice, the selfless choice? Where is what we want actually what we need? Where is what we need actually what we want? Where is the best choice for me, the best choice for we? Where's the best choice for we, the best choice for me? That's the place, I believe, talk about honey holes. That's the real place to go forward in trying to find. Tee ourselves up for those green lights in the future. And I mean, the simple things. Let me bring it down to a really simple one. You drink coffee?
I do.
Do you prepare your coffee, put it in the filter, and pour the water in the coffee maker the night before?
Not for myself, but ironically, I do for my wife.
Because you're teeing her up for what? A green light the next morning.
Correct.
So she doesn't have to come in and go, where's that filter? She can just come in and go, doop, press the button. You're giving her a gift to her future self. You're making something easier for her. It's a very simple thing, but it's a great little simple metaphor. So there are choices we make. If you're going to say right now, I'm going to lie, cheat, and steal to get what I want, and I got it. I got an immediate green light for me. That's a battery-powered green light. That's not a solar-powered green light. Why? Because now, everywhere I go, I got to look over my shoulder to see if someone's there that I lied, cheat, and stole from. And when I'm doing that, I'm stealing whose time? My time. Now I'm not freedom. I'm not free. I don't have the freedom. I didn't create freedom in my future because I chose to make an irresponsible act that I left crumbs. I've now got reasons to look over my shoulder. And the more things we do to create in our future that we got to look over our shoulder, the more of our most precious thing we have in our life's time that we're stealing from ourselves. So it's not puritanical. It's just like, it's actually self-serving. It's a very selfish choice. And I'm a fan of the word selfish. I've helped redefine it. But I believe that there are selfish choices we can make that are the most selfless, that there are selfless choices that we can make that are the most selfish choices. Those two are not a contradiction, and we see them that way. Responsibility of freedom and the freedom in responsibility. Life's more than just straight Saturdays with as much cake as you want to eat. It just is. You will see how long you last doing that if you really do it. You won't last that long. Responsibility is appreciation of a past. It's building of a lineage. It's investing in ourselves. It's investing in something we started to build yesterday that we want to take into tomorrow. That gives us freedom. So to actually have true freedom, we have to be responsible, more responsible for certain things, for ourselves, who we are, constantly investigating and interrogating our better selves to say, I'm going to be a little bit better at this tomorrow, knowing that we never land. There's no ta-da moment. And that is one thing I think we all got to watch, because we all are so result oriented. Oh, if I keep doing this, I'm going to get to that place of pure enlightenment. I'm going to go, ta-da, bullshit. No, you don't. Can it be a small ascension of evolution? Yes. But there's no ta-da moment. We're always chasing yet. And if we can get comfortable and understand and laugh at and be ready to work hard at the fact that we're all just achieving our way to the unachievable, and that's as good as it gets. And that's pretty damn awesome.
I think this idea of loving yourself as a cultural obsession has no basis in reality. Here's the challenge. When you're born, what do you got to do to be loved? Nothing. You're fat, you shit all over, you throw up, and you're still beautiful, right? But the point is, in the beginning, you got to do nothing. And then the oxytocin wears off, and suddenly you do the same scream or yell, throw your food, and now you get yelled at or hit, or the worst one of all, you get ignored. And then fear enters your body. And then the rest of your life, you're looking for, how can I get this unconditional love? Human beings have the longest period of dependency for survival of any creature other than other primates. Whales will be dependent for a year, birds for a few weeks, then boom, get your ass out there and fly, you know? It's a different world. We have this long dependency. It's just the nature of how we are. And then I thought to myself, so why don't we just have unconditional love all the time? And I think my answer is because then you never grow or give anything to life. You think everything is about you. And unfortunately, there are a large population of kids that were raised in a generation of parents that were helicopter parents that thought everything should be about the child, and they wonder why they're selfish today. Or why they, don't seem to have great relationships where you gotta be with somebody else, you gotta put somebody else ahead of you. That's what love is. Love is putting somebody else ahead of yourself. Loving yourself usually comes for most human beings by starting to have a value and just appreciating people, not because of what they do, not because of what they have, just because you feel their essence. And it's easier to do that with somebody you love than it's with yourself, but when you start to with somebody else and you're not judging, you're truly loving them, then it's much more natural because you're already doing the loving. You're not getting it from somewhere else. Someone may say something, look at you a certain way as a trigger, but all love is self-love. This bullshit, I don't love myself. If you've ever been someone and felt loved, you loved yourself. They didn't love you. They said something, they did something with their eyes, and you used that as a trigger to release love inside of you. But loving yourself every moment, all the time, is not the secret to success. Having appreciation for yourself is different than constantly loving. Now, in the Bible, it says, love thy neighbor as thyself. So I think it's a worthy goal and it's useful, but most people are obsessed with it. And I think get on about living a life that's meaningful and you'll love yourself. As long as you focus on you, you're not gonna love you. Because the human brain is always looking for what's wrong, what to protect, what needs to be changed. It's a survival instinct. And so it's looking for things to fight or flight or try to freeze or pretend they're not there about yourself. But when you're in a bit of service, when you're trying to serve something more than yourself, that's when the higher part of your consciousness is there. That's when your heart is flowing. And when you're doing that, you're not thinking about you, and therefore you feel love. And I can tell you my own experience, no one else will have to earn love with me, but my strategy has been I gotta earn my own love. I'd say it's appreciating yourself. It's loving the people around you. And the more you can unconditionally love others, the more you'll unconditionally love yourself. But trying to start with yourself when you're not doing with others, forget it, it'll never happen. I think the more you find unconditional love for others, the easier it is to find in yourself. And I think the focus is serving and loving, and that's what will get you to the point where you start doing it. But if you want to speed it up, stack all the good you've done, you'll feel great about yourself. All those reactions are natural human reactions from ego. Because it's all about you, me, what I'm not getting, what I'm not doing, and that's why you're in pain. And so I'm not telling you like I haven't done this. I've done it too in the past, but it's an old pattern I don't really do anymore. And it used to affect me. Now, not a dominant one, I wouldn't have become who I've become. Early in my life, I developed this belief that life is calling not to give me something, life is calling for me to deliver things, for me to bring something to life. And I felt the joy that came from not getting but giving, and I got hooked on that core pattern, and then the pattern of learning so I'd have something to give, which I know one of the things I respect about you, Lewis, is that you have that same pattern in you. You're always trying to learn more because underneath it all, you also want to give it. You want it for you, but you want to share it, right? Today, people don't understand the power of their language, like toxic. We live in a culture now where people, you're evil or you're like me. The whole world, everybody else is immoral unless they do what you do, think what you think, experience what you think. We have this whole thing that words are evil, words are action, it's bullshit. And all it does is make you incredibly weak as a human being, and you're more than that. We all are more than that. There's so many kids that have been raised to be safe and secure every moment. Anything that's insecure or unsafe, they don't want to be a part of, including language. And what it does is make you incredibly weak and fearful. And that's why there's so many people that are angry all the time. Because they're angry because they're not growing. So don't get me wrong. I know some people are not a good influence. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying you're more than somebody's influence unless you obsess about it every moment and make them wrong so you can make yourself feel superior morally, psychologically, or spiritually. That's bullshit. Stop the pattern. We've all done it. Catch yourself. Because if you want joy, happiness, and freedom and an extraordinary life, it will not come from blame. Never. There's no pride that comes from blame. I don't mean fake pride where you make shit up to feel good. I'm talking about real pride. Pride is something you earn. Like people tell me, oh, I have no self-esteem because my parents used to say this or they'd say that. I'd say that's such bullshit. I said, it's bullshit, that's why you don't have self-esteem. Self-esteem does not come from what people say about you. Self-esteem comes from what you experience about yourself. See, someone can tell you your whole life you're a piece of crap, and part of you can go, you're full of it, I'm gonna show you. Lots of people have done that. They never bought it. Or someone can tell you you're beautiful your whole life, you go, I'm not really beautiful. So what people tell you doesn't matter at all. It's what you stack. It's what you assemble. It's what you create. It's the habit of what you put in your head. And today I don't blame you because we got a whole culture that's always blaming somebody else for something in their life. But blame is not a strategy for pride. That's why you listen to these blaming people. They're all angry all the time. Listen, if I wanted to blame, I grew up in a pretty rough environment. My mom was a beautiful soul, but when she drank alcohol and she mixed it with prescription drugs, it was a different creature. And it was a violent creature. And I have a younger brother 5 years younger and a younger sister 7 years younger. And my mom would get nuts. And I didn't want them to get hurt. So I was 5'1" in high school. She'd grab me by the hair and smash me against the wall till I bled. Your biography is not your destiny. And it doesn't matter what you've been through. What you decide now is what's going to control your life. I said, look where I am right now. Because I wouldn't assemble the story that my past equals my future. The past only equals your future if you live there. If you're using a rear view mirror to guide yourself, you're gonna crash. So what you've been through is horrific. What you've been through is unjust. I'm on your side. But if you hang on to it, you have no future and you have no one to blame but yourself. But when you have no reference and all you do is go online, you talk to other people, making everybody else toxic and I'm like this and they didn't do that, then you get to have this shitty life just like those other people. Why are they online so much? Because they don't have a life. Right? Don't be one of those. Free yourself from the chains of your past. I'm not saying your past doesn't matter, but listen, you've been hypnotized by a culture of weakness. There are people that you don't want to hang out with that will not serve you. But then move on. Don't sit there and talk about it constantly. Don't waste your time. If someone can get your goat, if someone can piss you off, if someone can make you feel less than, that's God coming to you saying, grow. You need some spiritual growth. There's got to be some change in your perception, your belief, your emotions, your spiritual look of life. So that can't happen anymore. It's like your growth is the only limit to your happiness. If you're not happy, you're not growing in some area. And usually it's a place where you're blaming, you're pointing the finger, but you can't control that. You can't make it not happen. What you have to do is become stronger than any of it so you're free. Freedom comes from growth. Freedom does not come from control. Because control is an illusion. You can't control everybody. No matter how hard you try, you can't control what they think or feel. And not everybody's going to be fair and just. And you're not in the place of being overweight because you lost your job. So stop the bullshit. Blame. Blame is not a strategy for a meaningful life. Blame is not a strategy for greatness. So you got to resolve that, number one. I think it's smart to focus on one thing primarily. It's good to focus on multiple things. It depends on your personality. Whichever thing you're most desirous of changing, whatever thing is giving you the most pain. And to me, the way to attack that, if you're not sure which area, is to start with the body. If you change the body, you'll change the emotions. If you change the emotions, you'll change your decisions, you'll change the quality of your life. Because the quality of your life is your emotions. It's not what you get. You can have $1 billion and commit suicide. People have done it, right? You can have beautiful relationships and commit suicide. You can have people loving you and be sad all the time. Our pattern of emotion is our home. And you have to upgrade your home. You have to train it. And one way to train it is the emotion comes from the way you move, the way you breathe, the way you speak. So there's certain things you got to do physically so you're strong enough to remember the truth. Because remember, fear is physical. You're strong enough, you push through in spite of the fear, right? And courage feels different in the body. So when you go lift or you go for a sprint or a strong run or you jump in that freezing water, when you push your mind to go beyond what's comfortable, you feel a strength inside you, and that strength will help you to change your body, your emotions, your relationships, whatever. But then the other thing I gotta say is model someone who's successful. Don't just do this shit by trial and error. Like, find somebody who has what you want and figure out what are they doing different than you in their relationship. They're not lucky. They're doing things differently. And so instead of learning by trial and error, which can take decades, you may never learn, find someone's got what you want, study what they do, every aspect of it, and then add yourself to it. And that's the pathway to speed of transformation. So maybe it's time for you to think for yourself and model what works instead of just what you're told. That's something to consider for yourself. You need to put yourself in a position, if you're going to be successful, is to have ideally your own business or a business where the more value you add, the more you earn. You can work for someone else and do that. If you have stock options, you can do that. If you've got bonuses, if you really want an extraordinary life, if you're going to grow, you need to make whatever business you're part of, even if you work for somebody else, you got to think like an owner. Because if you do, you become one. And if you think like an owner and you're going to succeed, then you got to model the people that are successful. It's like why we put this challenge together. It's not just me. What's going to make that business work or not is two things. Do you understand who your ideal client is? You can't be a client to everybody. Who's your ideal client? Who's the client that's going to stay with you when the economy gets bad? Because when things go down is your greatest opportunity. So you got to be prepared for whatever's coming. And the way you do that is know who your ideal customer is, who you can add value to, fall in love with them. What do they need? What do they want? What do they hate? And not fall in love with your product, fall in love with them so you can keep meeting their needs and then come up with an irresistible offer. If you have those two things, you're going to win. Life is not about me. Life is about we. The quality of life is the quality of relationships, and relationships are grown by giving, not by demanding, not by judging. Love is the answer with strength. And you have to have love and strength together. If those two resources, anything can be transformed, anything can be accomplished, because with love and strength, you'll have a larger vision. I'd say constant, never-ending learning will make life not only interesting, but the meaningfulness will come because you'll have something to give, and that'll tie back to the first piece that I described. So I think greatness is service. In the end, it's not going to make you happy. It's who you become, and it's who you've been able to touch. I think greatness is service. I think greatness is finding the way to do more for others than anybody else, because that'll also come back to you in spades from the standpoint of your own sense of internal pride, not external, but your own sense. Like, people could take away everything I have. They can't take away who I've become as a man by my service and by my growth. So I think purpose and having a sense of progress are the two things that create a great life. If you got a higher purpose than yourself, that's going to give you the motivation and the energy to drive when everybody else is exhausted and you're exhausted. And if you're making progress, you'll feel the rewards that come from that. And I think those two are twin powers in a great life.
I was in Australia for a year. And for the first time, I was all alone. I was in a foreign place. I was forced into great introspection, existential questions of, who, what, where, when, and why, and how. I didn't have a crutch. I didn't have my car. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't have a job. I didn't have money. I didn't have my parents. I didn't have friends. And I was lost in trying to find a bit of a compass and an anchor. And some odd things were going on for me in my relationships with some people there, where I was questioning my own sanity. And that moment where I was asked to call someone mom and pop, in my chaotic life and my anarchic brain that I was living in at the time, that was the first bit of real clarity that I was like, no, that is not open for discussion. All these other odd things that have been happening to me, I've been tallying up to, it must be a cultural difference. It must be a cultural difference. This was something that I went, culture my backside, man. I don't care, place, time, whatever. That's not negotiable for me. So I said no. And it was very clear, and it gave me clarity. It gave me some identity, and it was just an obvious thing to deny. That really helped with my sanity. Something that was so clear to me that was black and white. I needed that at that time in my life. It's hard to find those things in life in general. Don't trip yourself and faceplant because it's going too good. Don't get nervous. No, embrace it and stay in stride, because the uphill will be there in a minute and you'll have to break a sweat and it'll be hard again. It's also about not creating false drama when it's not needed. And I see a lot of people do that, and I've been susceptible to it as well. The drama's going to come. Look, we all like pleasure over pain, but I think what we forget sometimes is that there's a greater pleasure that can come with going through a pain. If you go through resistance and you choose resistance at the right times, and you go through it, you have greater, more evolved pleasure on the other side of it. look at the world a lot of our young people are living in. We're all connected, but nobody's with each other. Their world is massive. They have more outreach than any of us ever have. But they're more isolated than ever before. So it's inevitable, human nature. Me, I'm betting you, I feel sound with myself. My spirit feels good. I've got 3 children and a wife. But even I'll have a different reaction if you give me a thumbs up on my comment or a thumbs down. That like, dislike comment that you put today, that's gonna outlive you. It's immortal, it's permanent. You and I are not permanent. That comment is. Think about before you click and what you put out. Are you putting out something today that you're gonna look forward to looking back at? Are you putting out something today in your resume of life that is going to write your eulogy after you're gone, which is gonna introduce you forever when you're gone? Think about it. It can affect you. And so a lot of our youth is living in that world where their emotional feelings about themselves and their own identity is based off your reaction, strangers' reactions, some of them which may not have even read or cared about what you were actually putting out and didn't care about the intent. And that can affect you. There's a responsibility to that world that millennials live in it. They need to edit and govern back themselves with what they allow themselves to be out there. Proverbial naked they are, to like I'm sharing it all with the world. I'm sending it out to a bunch of strangers, and they're going to come back to me and let me know who I am. Would I be sitting here right now talking to you with the life I have? I'm very confident that I would have had some sort of enriched life that I felt satisfied and felt joy in living if I'd have been doing something else. But at the same time, those moments, what I can really speak to is that I manned up. I remember things that were mortal in life that I had reverence for. Fame, money, success, people. And all of a sudden, while I still respected them, instead of looking up at all of them, they came down to eye level. The world was flat. I could see further, I could see wider, I could see more clearly. You need to have the courage to follow through. And that does not mean, that is always not the most popular decisions. Quit doing things just to get along or if you disagree with it. They're gonna be brave, courageous choices that you can look in the mirror if it works and go, yep, I'm responsible. And if they don't work, you can go, yep, that's on me. Quit living in limbo. Be smart, don't be foolish, don't dive in. Courage to take more risks. Courage to get uncomfortable with that fame and be able to go, I've evolved my questions and eliminated a lot of things in my life that did not feed me, did not turn on my true self. I've tried to eliminate those. We got to eliminate this habit we all have in society right now, which is, I raise me up if I put you down. It's false. Mm-hmm. It does not have a return. There's no ROI in that. We love to dissect problems. Well, start dissecting success. Start looking and deconstructing your life, your choices, those people you're hanging around with, those places. When things are going well, when you're like, I feel like I finally caught a groove here. And we don't just get there by dissecting our failures, and when we're in a rut, we need to be confident enough to go, well, things are going well, and I can't take this for granted. What is it I'm doing? Oh, I prepared more. I didn't have stress. Teeing yourself up for a green light. Starts with the simplest thing. Tee yourself up for some little pleasures. Kiddos, work. What you do today can matter tomorrow. You can be rewarded for it. If you do something really well today, you can be rewarded. You can get a green light for that later on in life. Now, look at the definition of success. We have put, especially in America, fame and money at the top of the ladder for what you need to get to succeed, to be successful. And if you're successful, you have respect of peers because you're famous, because you've got more money. Now you have a full redefinition of selfish. I'm for what is selfish. It's also selfless, but it's teeing yourself up. It's being cool to and kind to your future self. And it's also what's best for the most amount of people. There's nothing wrong with pursuing money. I love money. There's nothing wrong with fame. It's fickle. Fame is a mistress. It's not a wife. There's nothing wrong with pursuing it. But then we get into this question, what I want to be relevant for. Greatness is pursuing that. Staying in the race, committing to the chase, to be our better self, be better families, communities, civilizations, and people. Stay in the chase, commit to the chase, stay in the race. Keep achieving in the pursuit of the unachievable and make steps. So I do want to evolve, but a lot of times I'll emotionally feel insignificant if I don't achieve something. Sometimes it's good because it is good to accomplish. It is good to set a goal, get what we want, go after. Other times it's like you kind of just need to sit still or just stay in your perpetual motion and go forward. Don't miss the process for the clinching seek of the result. And don't let the result tell you, oh, now I'm significant. At the same time, I've had a hell of a lot better results when I was stuck to the process, when I wasn't as worried about the result, when the best golfers shoot the best rounds, when they walk off 18 thinking they're going to the next tee box and someone's got to tell them, no, stay in the zone, in the process, and I found that more results will come your way. I battle that sometimes of making sure to remind myself to stay in that because I can get result oriented to an extent that I don't feel a sense of significance or a real lineage to my identity if I don't achieve the thing that I want to achieve. And I find out later, maybe it wasn't what I needed to achieve anyway, but I sometimes need a measurement. Can have more patience with myself to go, that's really not, this is part of the process because there's another achievement down the line that you don't even know you're working towards. So give yourself a break. You're in process, stay in process. Value values. Make sense of humor your default emotion. And remember that you will have thousands of crises in your life, and most of them will never happen.
You know, the more effort that I put in my life, whether it's exercise or particularly like running and yoga and martial arts and doing stand-up and doing podcast, the more I do those things, the more, because I'm creating my own struggle. And I feel like there's a lot of benefit in creating your own struggle rather than, like, if you see a lot of people that run into like a lot of struggle with life, like just life in general, in terms of like relationships and friendships and fallings out, a lot of that seems to me that people need a certain amount of conflict and a certain amount of struggle. And they create that struggle if they don't get it in some sort of a organic form. You know, if you're not at war with a neighboring tribe or you're not worried about predators, you create this struggle with your girlfriend or with your buddies or, you know, with the people at work, your coworkers. The more I create my own struggle, the more I orchestrate it through training, through exercise and just rigorous physical struggle where you're knocking on the door of whether or not your body is going to make it through this. The more you do that, the more I feel like it minimizes those other struggles in life. I like it that way better. Mm-hmm. I don't need any real horse in my life. Yeah. I like to make my own horse.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it seems like, but it really does seem like doing that minimizes other things. Because like if you're running hills, right? If I'm running hills and doing these sprints 400 or 500 yards up this hill, it's so fucking hard to do that's all I can think of. And my body's heaving, my heart's pounding, and I'm just push. And all I'm thinking about is my breath. Things get minimized. Everything else is sort of like that's a real struggle. Like that's almost death. Like your heart is going 180 beats a minute, you're pouring sweat. That's like a design. I'm doing it on purpose. And I'm doing it to squeeze out all the excess energy and angst that my body might be putting all that sort of confuses you about the real significance of interpersonal conflict and relationship conflict and work conflict. So much of it is like exaggerated by your own body's desire for some sort of action, something going on. So I've found that the more I do that myself, the less I have that in my everyday life. And then also I have to do all the shit I'm supposed to do. I have to do all the work, including family stuff. Like I spend a lot of time with my family. I orchestrate it. I go to the comedy store after the kids go to bed. I get up with them in the morning. I help them get ready for school. I either take them to school, I go with them when my wife takes them to school. I do podcasts during the day while they're at school, and then afterwards I hang out with them and I see them. If I don't do that, I feel like a shitty dad. And you can curate those thoughts and you can cultivate them. There's a thing that you can do where you can get used to action. Like Jocko Willink's a perfect example. You know, he has that thing on his, if you go to his Instagram page, almost every other photo is a watch. And it's a watch that says 4:30 in the morning because that's when he gets up and he works out and he earns the sunset. And he does that. He's so disciplined, and he's got this saying that's a great saying: discipline equals freedom. And it's true because he's able to force himself to do that every single time. There's no excuses. There's no breaks. There's no days off. It doesn't happen. So because of that, you're not scared. You know that you can keep doing it. You know that you can continue to perform. There's a lot of people that are scared of their ability to do something that's difficult. They're scared of whether or not you see someone who's doing something that's really tough to do and you go, man, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could force myself to be disciplined. I don't know if I could force myself to take that kind of action. Well, if you do force yourself to take that kind of action, you don't have that question anymore. That question, I don't know if I can do it. Well, you're doing it. So you obviously can do it. Can you do it tomorrow? We did it today. Why can't you do it tomorrow? Just do it. That Nike slogan, just do it, it's one of the greatest slogans of all time. It's so true. It's so good. It's so much better than Live Your Truth or any of these stupid ones that you hear today that people keep spouting out left and right. Get out there and go fucking do something. Just go. And then in the middle of doing it, it'll become easy. Even if it's not easy, even if it's hard, it's easier than not doing it and wishing that you had done it. You know, you are not your past. You're you. You're you right now. Like the past you might have done some things you wish you hadn't done. Don't dwell on that. You can learn from it, that's fine, but don't dwell on it. Just keep moving. Keep moving. You know, use it as fuel. Say never again. You know, I get what I did wrong, but don't think that you're that person that made those mistakes. You're the person who's learned. You know, and to have that attitude is a really important thing. And to not say, why am I doing this now? I could have been doing this my whole life. Well, you weren't, so the fuck is that going to help?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta not think like that. You just got to be happy you're doing it now. And I think for me personally, I don't know for everybody, but for me, I like to do a lot of different things. And I like to do things that I'm not very good at. And doing things that I'm not very good at, I learn about learning. And I think learning about learning, like especially new things, It's so, especially for someone who does something and has been doing the same thing for a long time. Like I guess LeBron has been doing with basketball, or, you know, a stand-up comedian like myself has been doing stand-up for 30 years. He'd do it for 30 years. I've been doing the same goddamn thing for a long time. What I find makes me better at stand-up is not just doing a lot of stand-up, but also doing a lot of other things. And particularly doing things that I'm not good at. And they don't like, archery never makes its way into my act. You know, like yoga doesn't make its way into my act, but doing those things that I suck at, it helps. Knowing that you can achieve a certain level of excellence, whether it's at martial arts or anything you're doing. If you do know what that feeling is like when you've worked for years and years and years and you've achieved this certain level of excellence that's very unusual, you realize like, oh, that could be achieved in other venues. You just have to find the venue, apply the discipline, and that's where you get so much more benefit out of a struggle that you choose to embark in versus a struggle that life throws upon you. And I think the more you choose to embark in these struggles, these especially physical and mental struggles, because I consider both martial arts, yoga, and actually even trail running, I consider the mental struggles as much as physical struggles. Like, because I could stop anytime I want. I'm halfway up the hill, I can go, F this.
Yep.
This, I'm walking the rest of the way.
Yep.
Call my dog over, put him on the leash. I'm like, we're walking, buddy. You know? But, or you could say, no, this is what I'm doing today. I have a very clear plan in front of me. My plan is we're doing 4 miles today. This is where we start. This is where we end. This is what we're doing. Man, the last 20 minutes of hot yoga is one of the most difficult things I ever do in my life. Because when I do yoga, one of the things that I do is I do it 100%. I don't half-ass it. So when I'm trying these poses, I am straining. I'm trying my best. And it is so hard that I've done a lot of yoga. But every time that class is about to start, I'm like, here we go. Because I know we're going into 90 minutes of suck. 90 minutes of 105 degrees suck. And I think that enduring something and building up that ability to endure things, that's also a very important mechanism that you could apply to everyday life. Like that, the mechanism of understanding how to endure. Because a lot of people are just running from discomfort. They're running from it. They're just avoiding it. It's so easy to. And like if you get distracted for a second, you're like, let me check my phone. You just start going through your phone and looking at bullshit, and you're just distracting yourself from the tiniest frustration of boredom. Just the little, we don't get bored anymore. Or if we get bored for these tiny amounts of time, and then you get distracted. So your distraction is eliminating your boredom. But the problem with that is like, there's certain thoughts that only come to you when you're thinking, when you don't have any input coming in. When we're constantly looking at our phones, the only input you're getting is input from other people. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes you get good stuff out of that. But it's like a diet of only fruit. Like, hey, you need some protein.
Yeah.
Like you need to get some other things in your diet. And I think having discomfort in your diet, like having it as a regular part of your life, it minimizes the amount of other kinds of bullshit that you create. Get out there and hustle, mother. Get out there and hustle. It's important. It's important not just for success. It's important for your head. It's important for your friendships. It's important for your life.
A warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Yes.
And every day I want to train myself to be prepared for a war, whatever that war is, whether that's external or internal. And I truly believe for me, my body is very physical. I need to move. And it gives me so much confidence. It gives me joy. It gives me happiness to be able to train, whether it be in boxing or lifting or any type of physical activity where I feel like I am strong and I can take care of myself if I need to. I hope I never have to use that strength to defend myself. I hope I never do. But to just know, if someone wanted to do something, I would be able to take care of myself. That gives me inner peace. That eliminates anxiety. That makes me be able to walk in a room and see the room and scan the room and say, I got this. I don't need to feel afraid for myself. And the discipline of doing something painful every day, I think, is one of the most important disciplines that any human being can have. Whatever that pain looks like for you, I believe we must lean into pain every day. Otherwise, pain is going to lean into us. But if we're leaning into it first, when stuff happens, it's like, yeah, I got this, because I do this every day. I'm not saying we should be in pain 80% of our day, but maybe an hour, 30 minutes. You should do something that makes you want to puke, or makes you want to stop, or makes you want to relax. Because then when stuff really happens, you'll be relaxed. And that's key for me. Like, lean into the pain and recover at the same time. So I'm learning lessons every time I'm doing this. So whether I'm lifting with my lifting coach or boxing with him, I just feel so at peace afterwards. I'm like, man, I know I can do this. And every day I push myself a little bit harder. It's like, you just feel like you can conquer anything. I don't want to be tested in the real world. I'm like, someone brings a knife to me, I'm going to run away. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to be, I hope I don't have to, but it's just the confidence of the daily practice. So, but I mean, the working out alone is not enough. I have been doing years of the inner work, the inner workout, and it's all about the inner game, as you know. The meditation practices, the visualization, the therapies, the workshops, the just whatever it is, listening to shows like yours, reading books, whatever it is, constantly trying to improve my mind and heal the soul. And I think by integrating the daily pain of the physical body and by integrating constant healing, and it's like things happen every day to us where we can be triggered. So we're gonna be constantly like letting it go and forgiving and moving beyond it. And the more I do that, the better I feel. And when I stop those practices, that's when I feel like something's off in my life. It's the emotional work too. It's like, have you healed the past? Have you forgiven? Are you still holding on to resentment? If so, something's gonna be off in your life. It's the mental growth, like improving the mindset on a daily basis, improving the physical body, and then are you releasing the emotions? Are you processing? Are you integrating the lessons you've learned from the previous breakup into this relationship, or are you carrying things from the past? And it's kind of those three things really connecting. And then if you have a spiritual, practice as well, I think really integrating that is something important. And part of my life was all physical, and I got physical results and was suffering emotionally. Then I started to heal the emotional side and feel peace and sleep at night for the first time, which I was like, oh my God, I can sleep. It's because I let go of something that I was holding on to emotionally. Then it's like, okay, I don't feel like I'm that smart, so let me learn. Let me improve my mindset. Let me get new skills. Now I feel more confident. I'm increasing the mental capacity. And I just feel so much better every day knowing that I've done that work. And it's not enough to do the work in the past, it's a continual process in the present that makes me feel at peace every day. Every experience and every breakdown and mistake I've made is teaching me something to improve myself, to prepare myself for something greater. You got to do hard things every day to earn your respect. I can't just show up on a couch and do nothing and be like happy with myself. I've got to contribute to society in some way. I've got to contribute to family, friends. That's what makes it meaningful. And you're never inspired by the person that said, oh, he sat on his couch all day and did nothing, but he lived a comfortable life, so we should respect that. For me, okay, it's respectable, you're alive, you existed, but what did you contribute? How did you multiply your talents to serve something greater than you, or someone greater than you, or something? And so for me, I want to be proud of myself. I want to be proud of the things I say and following through on those things and being integral with myself. I want to be proud of the work that I create, the creativity I express, how I treat and take care of my body, how I take care and treat other people. I want to be proud of those things at the end of the day. And I'm like, what could I do? How many more people could I help by having that skill? One, I'll be proud of myself, but also be able to contribute to more people, and I'll be able to understand more people. And I feel like, man, I'll be so proud of myself to just be able to have a conversation with someone, understand them, and then be able to help them in some way. That would be worth it for me. Like the years of practice and work and effort, just to know I was able to develop a skill that was hard, that took me 20 years to get started and finally commit. I could die like a happy person knowing if I did that with every part of my life.
What is your definition of greatness?
Discovering your unique talents and gifts to pursue your dreams. And in that pursuit, making the maximum impact on the people around you. that's greatness. The ability to have a clear vision and see the steps, and the ability to have a beginner's mind and find and surround myself by great coaches and be unapologetic and asking for feedback. Feedback has been a huge indicator of my success. I will ask friends, hey, what do you think is like the one thing that you notice from afar? Do you think I could be doing better? What's the thing you think like, oh, if I didn't do that, like everything would improve? What's the thing where I'm lacking? What's the thing? I ask everyone, give me feedback. I wasn't good at feedback until 8 years ago because I was living with a wound of abuse, of triggers, of anger, of frustration. And I went through a workshop that literally for days had us, I kid you not, hours and hours and days, had us sit there and take feedback from everyone in the room about how we showed up in that workshop. It was just like as exercises. Whether it was true or not, you just had to sit there and look strangers in the eye where they tell you, you look this, you're this, and just be like, huh, and notice how it makes you feel. And literally this exercise over and over for days got me to realize that just because someone's giving you feedback doesn't mean it's true about you. So don't take it personally and see where is the truth in there and how can you apply it. I was unable to take feedback until 8 years ago. Unable. I couldn't do it. I was like, don't tell me what to do. Don't try to change me. Screw you. I'm better than you at this. You don't know what you're talking about. It was like a very active, let me fight. You're trying to tell me where I'm wrong? Well, here's where you're wrong. Here's where you suck. You need to improve this. It was very aggressive. And now I think everything's a practice. It's like, okay, at first I didn't like it. And now, oh, I got this one little piece of feedback and I started applying it and look how it improved my life. So I can see the meaning of feedback and the value of it. And that has been a practice that I think is a skill now that I feel like it's a superpower. I'm not above anyone. Like I will take feedback from any human being. Give me a 5-year-old kid, give me some feedback. You're observing something about me, I'll listen. Sports was the greatest teacher for me growing up because every day I got to be in the arena. I got to practice something that I wanted to accomplish. I got to improve on a skill set, whether it be in basketball and it was a dribbling skill that I wanted to learn, or a shooting drill, or rebounding. There was always a skill that I needed to improve upon. Football, like in sports, you've never mastered really anything. You can be great at something, but there's always another level in sports to be better. Even the best basketball players, they miss a lot of their shots. It's like you can always improve somewhere, some skill set. So for me, the application of seeing my own goals and seeing my own dreams and then taking daily actions to improve upon those and make those goals come to reality. It was the full circle moments that I created consistently. Here's the dream, 15 years later, it happened. 7 years later, it happened. 5 years, 20 years. It was like seeing it come to fruition was a big, it gave me the confidence. Those results gave me the confidence. And then when I started coaching other people, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago in kind of the business world, in the online marketing world, or just like their life goals, I just started seeing it and be like, okay, yeah, I see myself in you. I see these problems that I had, what was struggling for me, and if you just eliminate this limiting belief, if you take this action, if you do this thing, you should be there in 6 months, not 6 years. And then they would do it, and I was just like, awesome. So then seeing those results in other people, I was like, okay, maybe this is a skill I have for others, not just accomplishing goals myself.
We all get into these scenarios in the world where we think we're trying our best to help and love other people. So I think majority of people feel like they give more than they get. And I think anyone who's an empath or feels like they care for others will feel, I give out so much love, but I don't get as much back. Just as there are people that you love and don't love you back, there are people in your life that are investing in you and loving you that you've forgotten about. I would encourage everyone who's listening and watching right now to really think about that. Think about that person you've been chasing, whether it's a friend, a potential boyfriend or girlfriend, a potential husband or wife, or whatever it may be, or job. And then ask yourself, has someone ever chased you in life? Or has someone ever pursued you in life? Or has someone ever tried to love you in life and you didn't even give them a time of day? The answer is true. I can agree with it. I can completely agree with that. There are people in my life who have done more for me than I could even begin to try and do. And that isn't just parents and family members. I'm talking about people professionally that I just can't repay. You will always get the love you give out, you will always get it back. Or whatever you give out, you will always get it back. You just won't get it back from the same people you give it to. That I may have caused hurt to people, and they may not have hurt me back, but I've received hurt from people that I never hurt. And so it works both ways, both with hurt and love. And when you see it on both ends, and that's ultimately karma in a tiny nutshell, it's completely grounding in saying, yeah, let me take a real look at my life and where those blind spots are about who I'm not being grateful to, who I'm missing, who I'm not expressing thanks to. Everyone needs the feeling that they can just come up for some air. Life can often feel like someone's literally drowning you, and you feel like you're drowning and floundering, especially if you're in an extreme case of anxiety or stress or depression. And I feel like you just need to feel like you can just come up for a tiny bit of air. So for that, I talk about the 3S model, which is your sights, sense, and sounds. We've got to learn to reactivate our senses. So I'll give an example of what I mean. As monks, our life was sight designed, sound designed, and scent designed. What's the first thing you see when you wake up in the morning? For 80% of people, the first thing they see in the morning is their phone, and the last thing they see at night is their phone. That is poor sight design, right? Imagine the last thing someone sees is not their partner or their spouse or the person they sleep with, they see their phone. And the first thing in the morning they look at is their phone. And guess what? It's not a good sight because you're looking at a message that you didn't design for your mind. You're looking at a picture or an image that maybe came through on your Instagram feed that you didn't choose for your mind. So now you've started your day with envy, jealousy, comparison, competition, collab, like all of the monkey mind stuff. The monkey mind's like, yeah, we're ready to go. And now you've started the day with the monkey mind. So my advice is, start your day with a quote that you love. Start your day with a picture of someone that you love or your family. Start your day with a work of art that inspires you. Start your day with seeing the first thing that you see. Make it so closely connected to your soul and your goal and your purpose that your monk mind naturally comes alive. So as monks, the first thing that we saw was sometimes a teaching that we'd keep next to us. It might be a spiritual text where I just ripped it out of a book and stuck it there next to my bed so I woke up to that. Just wake up to something that you actually want to see when you wake up and make it intentional and make it focused. It could even be a reminder on a sticky note. I remember for a long time, I had one when I was a monk that said, I am not this body. Just to disconnect from the fact that I was more than this body. And because we didn't have mirrors in the ashram, it was very easy to forget I was this body. Or I've had other ones that say to me, I'm exactly where I need to be. And I've read that in the morning. And that just reminds me, because so often I wake up feeling anxious that I'm behind on my day or I'm late, and then I actually make up a mess. Whereas if I read, I'm exactly where I need to be, and I remind myself, I can start my day there. So that's sight. And that's simple, easy for anyone to do. You don't have to change your mind, you don't need to meditate, you don't have to do anything. The second one is, let's talk about scent design. If you think about it, whenever you go into a spa or a massage space or whatever they're called, or a resort, you can always feel relaxed from the moment you walk in just through the power of scent. It could be the most basic room in the world, but a scent can literally illuminate a whole room. So scents like eucalyptus, lavender, sandalwood, if you've got a diffuser or a candle, and you can make this a part of your routine, before you start your workday, just have a candle that you breathe in for 4 seconds and breathe out for 4 seconds. Have a diffuser in your room that just makes you feel calm as soon as you walk in. One thing I've been doing is putting eucalyptus drops into my showers and turning into a natural steam, and I just feel like completely relieving all my sinuses and feeling calm. These are just really practical things you can do to just ease yourself into it. And the third one's sound. This one's so powerful. Sound is underestimated because now we just have music playing all the time in the background, and the music may not even be intentional, and the lyrics are all over the place, and you've got instruments that are not being played well or in harmony, and you get a pump or like a boost out of it. And I learned about sound in the ashram, and we had sound design. We would wake up to nature sounds, and nature's so aligned with your body and mind. If you look at nature, if you breathe in with the ocean, your breath will just be exactly where it needs to be. If you allow yourself to just be present with the wind, you'll feel your body just slow right down and be calm. Nature just has this amazing way of teaching so many lessons. And so when I lived in New York City, I often found myself getting exhausted, and I started looking into it, and I was thinking, what is it? I work out, I do all this stuff. And I realized that, especially in New York, we deal with a lot of insignificant sound. Something called cognitive load, where your brain is processing irrelevant, insignificant sound of trucks, horns, construction work, and drilling. And so when your ears are trying to make sense of insignificant sound, you're losing energy in an irrelevant way. And so sound design means every room in your home, have a song that plays or music that plays in that room that gives you the feeling you want it to have. Another easy way to do that is before you start work or while you're working, have a song or a playlist that really gets you into the mode that you want to be in when you're doing that. Sound is a beautiful accomplice to any activity you want. So those are 3 simple ways that anyone starting today can bring the ashram to their home by sight, scent, and sound design, because that's how our lives were designed.
My very first teacher was a man named Jim Rohn. And he was a personal development speaker. And he had this 3.5-hour seminar he would do that I went to when I was 17 years old. I was already reading books. I was obsessed with wanting answers. I want to know what made the difference in the quality of people's lives. Not because I was intellectually interested, but because I grew up in a really tough environment. I had 4 different fathers. There was a lot of, my mom was a great human being who loved me dearly, but she, abused both alcohol and prescription drugs. So she was very physically abusive. And I was, believe it or not, 5'1" in high school. I was a little guy. So I got the, beat out of me pretty regularly for things that I didn't do anything to do with. And so it made me try to figure out what made her work, what makes life work. It made me more of a practical psychologist. And the modeling concept came because Jim Rohn used to have this phrase. He said, success leaves clues. He said, if there's anything you want in your life, don't assume that somebody has some special gift. They may have a gift, but they probably developed it, most of it. And if you sow the same seeds, you'll reap the same reward. So figure out what this person's doing different than anyone else and do that. He used to have a funny way of describing it. He used to say, Tony, find out what poor people read and don't read it. It's like, because he said, that's the fabric they're trying to build their mind from. Find out somebody who's successful, wealthy, not just financially wealthy, but somebody who's rich emotionally and spiritually and physically and financially, and find out how do they live their life differently? What are the things they believe? What are some of the daily disciplines that they're a part of? And so really early on, I got obsessive about wanting to have all the answers. So I said, I'm going to read a book a day. Because I figured, a person takes 10, 15 years of their life. They pour 2 or 3, 4 years into this book, and you absorb in a few hours, literally a decade's worth of life experience. And I'm into compressing time. So I didn't read a book a day, but I read 700 books in the area of human development, psychology, physiology, all of my first real 7 years of reading, right? My youth. In high school, I was Mr. Solution. You have a problem, I have a solution. Especially if you're a girl, I was especially motivated. I could really help you with your boyfriend. But I want to be more clear about something. Part 1 to have an extraordinary life is mastering the skill of the science of achievement. How do I take what I envision and make it real? And how do I do that quicker, faster, better, easier? The ability to manifest what you come up with and make it real, like you've done with your company, yes, that's a skill set. I spend an unbelievable amount of time helping people do it faster, quicker, better, showing them the shortcuts, teaching them the strategies, modeling what works so you can save yourself a decade. But I would submit to you that having done this for 38 years with, 50 million people at this stage, I can tell you that the science of achievement, there are a lot of people that are damn good at that, and they still don't have an extraordinary life. They have an extraordinary life. You see it as extraordinary, but I get the phone call from the multi-billionaire who tells me he wants to do this thing on his business, but what he really find out is he's miserable as hell, and he's hoping somehow I'm going to rub off on him on that side too. And so I give him what he asked for, the change in his business, but I also give him what he needs, which is the change inside of him. So the second skill is the art of fulfillment. If you want an extraordinary life, you can't just achieve, you got to be fulfilled. As simplistic as that sounds, but it's an art. It's not a science. Sure. It's a science to making money. Come on. Any age, any color, any background, any gender. If you do these things, you'll have an abundance of money. You do these things, you're going to have too much month at the end of the money. You're going to have financial stress, right? Body. Everyone's biochemically different, but you and I both know there's fundamental rules, laws. There's a science to the body. You violate that science, you're going to have disease. You're going to have low energy. You align with that, you're going to have an abundance of energy. It's going to affect everything in your life. It's a science. Fulfillment's not like that. Fulfillment is as different as our human beings. You want to know what God or the universe likes? Look at the jungle, look at the forest.
Right.
It's diverse, right? So most people think, well, I want to get that because they've been modeling somebody else, and that might work on how to achieve something. It'll never work for what to fulfill you. How many people you know, like you, got what you thought you wanted and you weren't fulfilled?
Right.
And that, I always tell people, success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. The ultimate failure. Because if you go at something and you fail and you're an achiever, you don't fail. You go, I learned something, I'll just try something else.
Right.
I'm going to still get there. But when you succeed and you're not happy, you're technically screwed. It's just like, you know, what are you going to do? So a perfect example of this, I mentioned in the seminar you were there because it hit me about a year and a month ago, we lost what I consider a national treasure, Robin Williams. And I asked people, how many of you love Robin Williams? Everybody raised their hand all around the world, right? He made people laugh. People were touched by him. So how good was he at the science of achievement? I mean, he wanted to be a great comedian and make the whole world laugh. He did. He wanted to have his own TV show. He did. He wanted the #1 show. He did it. He wanted to make movies. He did. He wanted to have an Academy Award for not being funny, dramatic, and he did it, right?
He did it, yeah.
He said he wanted a beautiful family. He achieved everything, and he hung himself.
That's crazy.
And I know recently someone saying, well, you know, he had dementia, he had drug abuse, he had alcohol abuse through most of his life because he made everybody happy but whom?
Himself.
That's the ultimate failure. So if I had no other message to offer your viewers, and you let me give it to them right now, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe our lives are controlled by one force, decisions. I certainly believe in force greater than myself. Call it God, if you will, grace, whatever you want to call it, the universe. But I also believe it gives us choices. And the decisions we make control us much more than the conditions we meet. It's not the conditions, it's your decisions. Decisions of what to believe, decisions of what to do, decisions of what to give. I say to people, think about, you know, look back 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago, and think of a decision you made. That if you would have made a different decision, you'd have a totally different life today. Better or worse, I don't know, but totally different.
Right.
In your case, if you'd stayed doing what you're doing, you'd have a lot of money and still been miserable, right? You know, and probably your great lady over here would be feeling miserable because she loves you so much and she'd be feeling your misery, wanting to figure out what to do. But you made that decision.
Right.
The most important decision you can make above any on the face of the earth is deciding that no matter what happens in your life, no matter what happens, you're going to live in a beautiful state. And what the hell does that mean? It means that you're not going to suffer. It means a beautiful state is that you're going to be happy. But that's only one. Or you're going to feel creative. Or you're going to be passionate. Or you're going to be in awe of something. Or you're going to feel love. Any state that's a beautiful state is really the core essence of who you are without fear, right? All of our suffering as human beings, I deal with people all the time. I mentioned to you off camera, two people I coached yesterday. One's a presidential candidate and the other one is a rap superstar, right? But both on the same day. And without naming any names, people that have everything by your point of view, most people's point of view, they have the fame and they have the love and millions of people love them and they have great economics, financial freedom, and they have homes and they have the fashion, they have everything. They're the shit. I can't tell you how many of them are miserable. Right. The majority are miserable. I'm not bullshitting. I'm the one who gets the phone call from the vast majority. When I say miserable, they're so used to it, some of them don't even realize they're miserable, right. But most do. They get in a place where it's like, how do I keep this up? How do I keep outdoing myself? How do I, I built these 32 companies, how to keep all 32 going and make them all grow every single year. And that's not how life is, right?
Right.
And then they worry about what will people think? What will they do? So the decision to say, I am not going to suffer, that if suffering arises, pain's one thing, suffering's another. Suffering is when you're like, I'll give you an example. A friend of mine is a very famous Indian industrialist and billionaire guy. And he just recently took a sport in India that's been around 2,000 years that almost every village child plays, and he turned it into a professional sport. No one had ever made a professional sport 2 years ago. He invested, I don't know, I'm making the number up, $20 million in it. In 2 years, the sport is so successful in India that 500 million people watched the finals.
That's amazing.
2 months ago. 500 million people, right? So 500 million, that's how it is in India. And people are saying this is going to be as big as, for them, cricket is the ultimate thing, right? Like, big as cricket. So His team valuation, I'm making the number up, I think it's gone to like $500 million in 2 years from, $25 million. And his team is number 2 in the whole world, right? Wow. He's got these great players. So I'm with him and he gets a phone call. And he's just got done telling me about this great success and where it is and how proud he is and how everyone goes to games and people are so thrilled and it's just become this movement in India and he's so proud of it. And he gets this phone call, and the phone call is from his management team telling him that one of his competitors has just offered 4 times as much money as he was offering to his top 3 athletes, who are the core of his whole team. And of course, they all took them, right? And he was so angry. He was like, I can't even believe this. These guys were working in shops and I brought them here and I made them a star on national television and they have no loyalty to me. And he's suffering. And the way you suffer is you focus on yourself. Right. Suffering comes when we obsess about ourselves, what we're getting or not getting, what we should have done, what others should have done for us. It's the me game. Suffering could be worry, it could be anger, it could be frustration. It's anything that takes you out of a beautiful state. And here's what people don't get. You can end suffering by stop focusing on yourself and focus on something you want to serve greater than yourself. Your children, your wife, your mission, your life. You can get out of it in an instant because the nature of the human mind is to constantly compare things. Your mind, your brain is a 2 million year old device and it is not designed to make you happy. It's designed to make you survive. Right. And that's why it's always looking for what's wrong. But it used to be what's wrong, a saber-toothed tiger, so I can protect myself. Now people are worried about what people think about them, or do they have enough money when 2/3 of the planet lives on $2 a day and you're making $38,000, you're rich. The poorest of the poor in our country are considered rich. I'm not saying they should stay that way. Right. But you can only build on success. And so my view is, if you're watching, if you're listening to this, my goal would have you consider something. Life is short. We don't know how short it's going to be. But if you only had a week to live, I bet you wouldn't allow yourself to suffer over a little crap that makes you crazy normally. I think you would probably spend time with those you love. You would do what you love. You'd take on a sunset. You'd smell the air. You would take in everything in those final moments that you possibly do. So my thing is, why wait? Right. Why wait? Why not just decide that if I start to suffer, I know the solution, because suffering is me obsessing about me. You might say, it's not me. I'm worried about my kids because they're not doing well. No, you're worried that you haven't done enough for your kids. It's about you still, right? Yes. You're worried about what was done or what you should have done or what shouldn't have done. And you can end that in an instant by becoming aware of it and saying, I have made the most important decision of all. Right. I'm going to live in a beautiful state. Because here's what's going to happen. Anybody watching, you may lose a family member. You probably will. Somebody may get cancer. Your business the government might change the rules. They might change things radically that you can't even do anything about it. You might go bankrupt. You might get divorced. I'm not saying anybody will, but no one knows what's going to really happen in your life. Life's full of uncertainty, but here's what you can know. You can decide that what happens, you could have a great time. If somebody like Viktor Frankl can be locked up in Auschwitz and come out of that and experience finding joy in the middle of Auschwitz, then human beings have a capacity they've undersold themselves on. We think that the outside world determines how we feel. If people have to behave a certain way, if your husband or your wife or your kids or your coworkers or whoever, your boss, has to behave a certain way for you to be happy, and if they don't, you're unhappy, then you're always going to be unhappy, because the more people around you, the more they're going to change that, because they're all human, right? And if you have to be a certain way to be happy, you're going to violate it too. So my invitation is, as great as it is to achieve, more important to enjoy. Right. And if you can enjoy every moment in that state, when you're feeling loving and playful and passionate and curious and awe, you treat other people 100 times better than when you're feeling frustrated, pissed off, overwhelmed, worried, stressed, or feeling sorry for yourself. Right. You're going to be a better parent. You're going to be a better lover. You're going to be a better business person. You're going to have a better life. So my soliloquy is, decide today. And actually say, what if I cut it off? What if I said, I'm not willing to settle and I'm just going to live in a beautiful state? Doesn't mean you won't feel bad. It doesn't mean you won't stay there. You instantly change. That's doable. I believe in energy. I believe in inspiration, because inspired in spirit The opposite of that is kind of dead, right? So I believe in being inspired, but I'm a strategist at my core. And if you're inspired and you run east looking for a sunset, I don't give a damn how enthusiastic you are, how positive you are. It's not going to happen.
Right.
So I'm a strategist first, but I really do believe that people have got to look at their life and say, as much as I want great strategy, I need a great philosophy of my life that's going to make me fulfilled. Right. If you're fulfilled, like you said, you mentioned earlier, if you were with your friends and you guys weren't succeeding, but you're having a damn good time with this camaraderie, it's still worthwhile. And you can find a way to succeed eventually. But what the hell is success? It's hitting an expectation. And I always tell people, man, trade your expectations for appreciation, and it's a whole new world instantly. Yeah. If you can appreciate this moment, if you can't find ecstasy in this moment, in a conversation with a friend and looking in your wife's eyes, being with your children, going on a run, if you can't find ecstasy now, I'm here to tell you, more money, more people, more love, more business, more anything is not going to give you more ecstasy. Right. If you can't do it here now, you're not going to do it there when you got more. So why not do it now and have a rich life right now? I tell people, money, that's one thing. Like having financial abundance, there's skills. That's a science. But wealth, it's a decision. It's like you can be wealthy right now. I live in Fiji a good portion of the time. There are these villagers there. They're the richest people I know. They're happy. They laugh. They love. They don't give a damn about the economics. Other people say they're poor. When I first went there, I was trying to do things for them. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm so happy. Wealthy people come over from the United States and they go travel around and try to figure out what to do. And they're going to spend 9 years to do this and this and this so they can finally sit down and be happy. And the Fijian guy goes, why don't you sit on the beach right now, dude, and experience it? Why spend the 9 years? Why not have it now? That's my invitation.
No matter what place you're currently in life right now. It doesn't matter how far behind you are in the race. What's important is that you do your best and always work hard. I need for you to understand that life in itself isn't a competition. Life only becomes a competition when you don't know who you are and you feel that you aren't enough. You are enough. Your life does matter. You matter. Don't pay attention to those who seem to be doing better than you because their success may be your distraction. You're not competing against them. In fact, the only person you should challenge every day is yourself. Challenge yourself to work harder, study longer, go the extra mile, and not give up. Focus on you. Pay attention to the direction you are headed, because those who have already made it isn't concerned about you, nor are they clapping you to the finish line. If you have ever watched a 100-meter dash, what did you notice about the runners lined up next to one another? Did you see them looking over to their right or to their left at their opponents? Or did you see them with their heads straight forward, determined and envisioning themselves crossing the finish line? You must focus on your destination. You have been prepped your entire life to always come in first place, but you were never told to run your race at your pace until you cross the finish line. Life isn't about keeping up with everyone around you, but rather giving it everything you have every single day. At times you were made to feel that you had to keep up with everyone, no matter the cost or mental strain. No one wants to lose, but even more, no one wants to feel inadequate or less than because they are not in the position in life that people want them to be in. Do yourself a favor and eradicate the numerical number you attach to your success. Success doesn't come with a designated age or a time frame, but success does come to those who refuse to quit. You are undefeated because you haven't given up. It doesn't matter if you didn't lose those few pounds you want to lose last week. Keep working. It doesn't matter if you didn't hit the goal you intended to hit yesterday. Keep working. It doesn't matter if you felt temporary defeat the day before. Keep working. Being undefeated is a mindset, not a record. You may be defeated on paper, but if you believe that you have what it takes to keep going, no matter what you physically see, then you will always have a perfect record. Defeated people focus on setbacks and failures. The undefeated focus on improvement and forward progress. The defeated has made up their mind that now is the time to quit, while the undefeated says, what challenges are next? No one is exempt from loss. No one will ever be able to avoid the sting of failure. But more than anything else, no matter the record, How you respond to life's obstacles and challenges will determine how strong or weak you are. Having an undefeated mindset isn't just about rebounding from adversity quickly or facing a storm calmly or even confidently, but about getting up day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year, attacking the obstacles that stand stubbornly in your way and confront them again and again and again until they fall. A person with an undefeated mindset isn't someone that never feels discouraged or despair, but a person who keeps going in spite of what they feel. A person with an undefeated mindset understands that defeat does not come from failure in itself, but from giving up. An undefeated mind doesn't fill itself with false hope, but with hope that finds solutions. Having an undefeated mind will grant you access to things you didn't believe were possible. Victory may not be promised to everyone, but possessing an undefeated mindset means that you will perform as if victory belongs to you. It's time to wage war and give it everything you got. Try everything you can and go harder than anyone around you. A person with the undefeated mindset fully understands that they have no one else to rely on for victory but themselves. Having an undefeated mindset isn't solely based on what you do, but about what you believe. Take control of your time. What would you do if you can turn back the hands of time? What would you tell yourself? Where would you go? What things would you have accomplished if you could turn back the hands of time? Time is the most important commodity known to man because once it's gone, you can never get it back. What we choose to do with our time will determine what we are, who we become, our outcomes and measures in life. A quote by the late Dr. Miles Monroe states, "The most common gift God gave to man is time." We must understand that time is universal and no one has been granted more time than the next person. But it's what a person does within the time given that sets them apart. There are 7.6 billion people on Earth, and we all share the same commodity, time. What have you done with your time? When I think about my life and all the time I've wasted, I get pissed off because I allowed myself to rob me of the time I was given to create, innovate, and manifest what was on the inside of me. I wasted time worrying about things that were outside of my control. I wasted time feeling sorry for myself while others were out making things happen. I wasted time doubting myself, complaining about not being good enough. I wasted time wasting time. I need you to understand that the billionaire and the beggar have the same amount of time. They have the same 24 hours in a day. So what is your excuse? How much time have you wasted? Time is not the problem. The problem is staring back at you in the mirror. Time cannot be stopped, but it can be controlled by what you decide to do with it. You can waste your time like I did, feeling sorry for yourself, doubting your ability and gifts, or you can decide right now to determine how you will spend the rest of your time becoming your best self. I need for you to take this time to reprioritize your life and stop robbing yourself. A quote by Benjamin Franklin states, "If you love life, then do not squander time, for that is the stuff life is made of." See, time lost can never be found again. I had to decide to quit wasting time beating myself up and feeling sorry about my situation. I had to realize no one owed me anything except me. Once I decided to control my time, I became the best version of myself. I stopped spending my time focusing on other people and began pouring time into myself. The greatest gift I gave myself was respect. I learned to respect time and use it as a tool to measure my success, as opposed to seeing time as my enemy. I became one with my time, and as a result, I have accomplished great things. I want you to look back over your life and ask yourself, how much time have I wasted? What if you can turn back the hands of time? What would you do? what would you tell yourself? Where would you go?
Alcohol is the solution to the problem, and it works until it stops working. Even though I had accomplished certain things as a swimmer and had sort of distinguished myself academically, I was still very much a navel gazer. You know, I couldn't talk to a girl. I just wasn't comfortable in my own skin.
Yeah.
I felt like, and you hear this in AA a lot, like everybody else had the rule book for life, and I was sitting on the outside, like marveling at how people seem to, you know, gracefully navigate the world, where I just felt, you know, anxious all the time. And alcohol solved that problem. Like, I have a lot of love for it. Like, it gave me social tools that I lacked and taught me how to be a social animal in a social situation. Suddenly I could go to a party and crack a joke and flirt with a girl and do all these things that were beyond my capacity to handle prior to that. So it's not all bad. Like, it worked, you know what I mean? Which is why I doubled down on it.
Right.
Like, the cure for alcoholism isn't removing alcohol. Alcohol is the solution to the problem, and it works until it stops working. And it took a while before it stopped working in my case. But the ism remains once you remove the substance. You can't blame anyone else, and it's not about anything external. It's only about your relationship with you. And you're still going to be, you know, impulsed by your innate biases and however your hardwiring has set you up to, you know, perceive the world. But you get that extra little moment of recognition to course correct, you know. And I would say that I become, you know, I got sober in 98. So I've been in this thing for a long time. And when I came in, I just thought, oh, it's drug addicts and alcoholics. That's what addiction is. But I've become convinced that addiction lives on this massive spectrum. And we are all victims of addiction on some level, some mild and some extreme, from, you know, the guy lying in the gutter with a bottle to the guy who can't pull the needle out of his arm, to the compulsive scrolling while we're taking a you know, or the guy who, or the woman who,
that one runs deep,
goes, who goes from bad relationship to bad relationship, you know, repeating a certain pattern because there's something about that they can't, there's a compulsivity to that they can't control. So I think thinking about addiction more broadly makes it applicable and instructive and useful for people as they develop enough self-awareness to have objectivity on how they maneuver the world and the daily habits that they continually find themselves, you know, falling prey to that are leading their lives in the wrong direction.
And the impulse to addiction, the way that we're wired, it doesn't have to all be bad, because I knew someone, I dated her before I got with my wife, and her name is Maya, and we actually did a podcast on gratitude. And what I found about her is she had a daily gratitude practice that was unbroken for 7 years. And she was addicted to gratitude, like literally addicted to gratitude. And it was amazing. She was such a happy person. She forged that addiction.
But it is a practice, right?
Absolutely.
So it didn't come, she didn't necessarily wake up feeling grateful, but by dint of, you know, her allegiance to that practice becomes that which she aspired to become.
And it was a 30-minute practice. Like, it was like a legit practice that she did. She had a whole curriculum that she developed, and being grateful for different aspects of her life. And so that's possible with the same mechanism that drives people to all of the things that you mentioned prior. The same mechanism can kick in and get you addicted to those things.
The kind of final chapter in my alcoholism, just to disabuse everybody of any kind of romantic Bukowski notion of what it was like. I was not, you know, penning the great American novel or doing anything creative. I was by myself, drinking alone, often waking up in the morning and having a vodka tonic in the shower, and working as a lawyer and trying to sneak drinks throughout the day. Like, it was exhausting. It was sad and lonely. I had bridges with friends. I was unreliable. My parents didn't want anything to do with me. And, ultimately, I had a marriage that ended on the honeymoon. Like I created a lot of chaos and wreckage and destroyed a lot of relationships and just became, irresponsible, unreliable member of society, living like 2 blocks from here, sleeping on a bare mattress on the floor of a apartment with no furniture, and the phone wasn't ringing. I'd gotten 2 DUIs. I was looking at possible jail time. I was going to get fired from my job, and just woke up one day, after a bender, and nothing particularly terrible had happened that night, but I had kind of reached that nadir where I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I had been seeing an addiction therapist, and he was like, are you ready? And he's like, I got a bed for you, and ended up going up to Oregon and checking into a rehab, thinking I was going to do a quick couple-week spin dry because I was so important and I had to get back to my job. And, had this epiphany, coming to there that my best thinking, I thought, oh, well, I'm the smart guy. I was literally, institutionalized. And that landed on me like a ton of bricks. And I just realized, like, I better figure this out because the future is not looking bright. And started opening up and taking direction and listening and letting go of how I thought things should be. And for the first time was honest about the things that I was doing and the ways that I was behaving. And I remember a counselor telling me, like, you have a case of alcoholism that we typically only see in like 65-year-old men who come in here who have been drinking for the better part of their lifetime. And if you don't get this, like, you're probably going to die. And he just said it so point blank, like, I'll never forget it. And it scared the shit out of me. So he said, I think I know that you think you're going to spin out of here in 28 days, but we think you should stick around. And I just said, I'll stay here as long as you think I should be here. And I ended up living there for 100 days, which is kind of a long time to be in rehab.
Sure.
But that saved my life. There's so much capability that resides within all of us. And, like yourself, I've had the privilege of sitting across from so many people who've done extraordinary things, and you see the humanity in all of them. I mean, we project this superhero quality onto all these people, but they're all just human beings who had a dream and worked hard to achieve it. And it's inspiring to really own and grasp the idea that we're all sitting on top of deep reservoirs of potential that remain untapped, and our job is to figure out how to authentically connect with that voice that is telling us to unlock something and share it with the world. And if you can do that and then share that story and tie it in some way to service as a teacher or in some way that can inspire other people or pave the way for a better world, I mean, that to me is the recipe for a good, purpose-driven, fulfilling life. I'm much more focused on what I'm doing today and how I can, leverage these tools that I've learned to ameliorate, the disease as it rears its head and other kind of behavioral stuff. Like it's very rare that I would crave alcohol these days. Like I don't think about it. It's been so long, but I still have the ism, and that pops up in all kinds of ways and makes me an asshole or resentful or frustrated or, grinding on this problem. Like we were talking when I walked in, like we're both enjoying amazing lives. Like we're very privileged to get to do what we get to do and meet these amazing people and support our families, by doing it. So why don't I wake up inherently grateful every day? And it's like, that's what I use most of my mental energy trying to, focus on.
When you are telling yourself, that you got to keep going, you need to suffer more, because this is about suffering tolerance. Ultimately, you have to coach yourself. You have to be a good coach to yourself in this process, because it is very, very much mental. What's your kind of inner monologue as the inner coach of yourself in these points where you need to push yourself through the suffering?
I think for me, it's all about being present and comfortable with the discomfort. I think if you get caught up in like, I got to make it to here, or, I'm thinking about some destination, then it detracts from, your ability to get there, because you can't get there if you're not anchored in the moment that you're actually in. And I think what happens is time becomes very malleable. Like if I'm doing an 8-hour ride and you're in this like suffering state of mind, you're not used to that. It's going to feel like an eternity. But when you build up to it, like suddenly an 8-hour ride feels like a 2-hour ride. So there is a weird thing that happens with that I think any endurance athlete would recognize. But for me, it's about it's always bringing myself back to the present moment.
Yeah.
And not trying to run away from it or distract myself from it.
It's not fair to tell yourself that you'll never be loved because of things like your body, or your acne, or how mentally unstable you can be. And it's funny because when your friends say these things about themselves, you feel compelled to disagree. Because it isn't true. Like, my friends are beautiful. They've got so many great things going for themselves. They're smart, they're funny, they're brave, they're healthy. Like, of course they're gonna find somebody who loves them deeply. But when your friends disagree with what you've just said, and they offer you some words of encouragement, it's almost like it's a lot less believable. But you need to understand that people perceive you the same way you perceive your friends. And those things that you consider to be your flaws are often the things that people admire about you most. And those flaws don't make you unlovable. They make you human. If you want to stop overthinking, if you want to start seeing the brighter side to life, you're going to have to learn to stop resisting things and begin accepting them. I think that's what people don't understand. Being a positive person and thinking positively doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to have negative thoughts. It just means that when you do, you know exactly how to deal with them. Because negative thoughts are always going to be a thing. Always. Till the day that you die. So it's important that you understand how to accept them when they do appear. Legging them in, thinking about them for just a little while, and setting them free. Acknowledging that they are thoughts. They are not real life, they are simply things that are existing within your mind. Acceptance. If you're listening to this, please be conscious of what you let into your life nowadays, because some of the most poisonous people can come disguised as friends or family. So if you do recognize an ongoing pattern of toxic behavior, leave. And don't feel bad for leaving, because you do not owe anyone anything but the same amount of respect that they show you. And these types of people will manipulate you for their own wrongdoings, because mentally they're living in such a dark place, but they will do anything to burn you so that they can see the light. Avoid people who mess with your head. Avoid people who will do or say things intentionally for the sole purpose of upsetting you. Avoid people who cannot admit to their wrongdoings and will refuse to apologize with authenticity. Avoid people who expect you to prioritize them but then refuse to make you a priority, and avoid people who play the victim when confronted about their own toxic behavior, because you're so much better off without them. Yes, you're good looking. We can all see that. But let's strip away your ego for a second. Where's your head at? If I piss you off, are you gonna let me know? Tell me about yourself, your dreams. Where do you see yourself in the future? When I'm feeling down, are you going to be there for me like I'll be there for you? When I'm sad, are you going to be there to pick me up and encourage me to get back on track? Or are you going to let me sit there alone to figure my own shit out? Open your eyes. You can still forgive people whilst knowing that they should not have access back into your life again. Because believe me, I'm one of the most forgiving people, man. But do not ever allow yourself to believe that being the bigger person means that you have to tolerate someone's disrespect. It all goes back to that phrase, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you really want to get revenge? Where you really want to do someone the way they've done you, but you just can't bring yourself to do it? That's because you have a good heart. And you could never mistreat people the same way they've mistreated you. But you want to know why that's a good thing? It's because anyone who has ever hurt you or mistreated you the way that they have, they're suffering themselves. And I mean that because no person, and I mean no person on this earth will ever treat you the way you've been treated if they are content with themselves. So as much as you wish you didn't have a good heart, I thank you for having one. Because you may just be the reason someone is still alive today, and you didn't contribute more to someone's suffering. I don't think you understand how special it is that you are still kind to people. Like, you have been done so dirty. You've been fucked over so many times, you've had your heart broken, you've been stabbed in the back. People have made you feel like you could never be yourself, and yet you're still kind to people. How do you still love people when all they've given you is reasons to show how unlovable they are? You are a different kind of person. But I recognize your kindness. And don't let anyone ever try to convince you that it's wrong. You are one of a kind. If you want to have a healthy relationship with the opposite sex, you need to learn how to communicate in a way that is clear and clarifying. And nowadays, you'd be surprised how many people are incapable of doing so. Think about it. Any unanswered questions that you might have can be answered through clear communication. You don't know how somebody feels about you? Ask them. You don't know if you've upset somebody else? Ask them. This whole idea of not wanting to be too keen and wanting to play it cool and keep people guessing, bro, drop that shit, man. Drop your ego. Be a little more vulnerable. Express yourself in a way that's genuine, and you'll soon realize that healthy communication is the way forward. I really don't like this one. But whether you were or were not in a relationship, don't let anyone tell you it didn't break your heart if it did. And I mean this because there is something so different about a talking stage not working out with someone that you really wanted it to work with. Nobody knows how this person made you feel, so don't let them belittle your feelings. We all hurt in different ways, and you might be more upset after a 2-month phase than you might be after a 2-year relationship. You have the right to be upset. You have the right to grieve the loss of a person because they were still part of your life. So don't let anyone tell you how you can or cannot feel, because there is no time frame to which humans can be heartbroken. If it hurt you, it hurt you.
You know, I'm a big believer in everything starts from within. If you want to love others, love yourself first. If you want to forgive others, forgive yourself first. You can't set others free without you freeing yourself first. And I'm someone who's always just working on his mind and trying to figure out how to be better. And I just came up with this little practice of how to forgive myself, and it worked. And again, it was a very simple thing. A lot of it's actually just a metaphor. You know, before you start everything, first forgive yourself. Let go of the past. And now you can step in the future by making a vow and then doing the practice. And the self-forgiveness was very simple. I was living in California, and I drove out in my car to this Pescadero, which is a beautiful lighthouse there in Northern California, you know, ocean over there, and hiked out to the water. And I just sat there and I pulled out my journal and I wrote down, I forgive myself, but I wrote down, for everything I was holding against myself, I forgive myself for, wrote it. I forgive myself for, wrote it, felt it, wrote it, felt it, wrote it, felt it, wrote it, felt it, until I was done. And then I actually made myself, I read it out loud again and again to feel the weight of what I was carrying. When you feel the weight of what you've been carrying, all the unnecessary garbage, you want to drop it. You're like, I don't want this anymore, right? And there's something about writing with a pen on paper. There's a power in there. There's a declaration there. So I did that again and again until I was ready to let go. Then I just hiked out to the ocean and then balled it up and just give it over. Give it over to bigger than me. Whatever's bigger than me, just take it. You know, because that can handle it. I can't, but that can.
Sure.
Right? And it does. And then I realized this is the perfect time to write the vow. Because I recommit to myself occasionally,
Sure.
right? And this is the perfect time to write the vow. I've just let go of the past. Let me create my future. So let me write a vow to love myself and the way I'm going to love myself in the future. And then set out to do it. So it's like it was a beautiful little transition. And I think it just took what I had done before to such a great level that now anytime I write down the vow, I do the self-forgiveness exercise. And you don't need to go by an ocean or anything. You can throw in the toilet, in the garbage. You can burn it. You can burn it.
Yeah.
You know, you can do whatever you want. It's the intention. You're letting go. You're giving it over. You know, actually, last time I did it, I think I threw it in the garbage disposal. Like, I've given it over. I've dropped the weight.
Yeah.
Time to actually fly. You know, it's something I've come to really believe. And I thank the child that I was who went through whatever he did, because somewhere along the way, he decided no matter what, he was not going to be a victim. And look, I went through stuff that I could literally point to and say victim, 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 right? But look, that holds me back. But if I decide I want to be the hero, like, what do? I take whatever is there and I own it and I let go. You know, it's like whatever happened. But whatever's left from it, whatever the emotional charge or what I'm carrying with it, that's mine. You know, like, it's not like someone gave me that emotional charge. I created that emotional charge. And so I'm the one who's got to free myself. And if I free myself, I become the hero of that story. That's simple, man. I can be the hero of any story in my life. All I gotta do is free myself. And the only one who can free me is me. You know, only we can be the heroes of our stories, you know? And it's something that it's made me better by taking responsibility for everything in my life. And when I say responsibility for everything in my life, I mean everything internal. You know, I really believe everything starts with the internal and goes to the external. So I take responsibility for every single thing, every single feeling, every single emotion, every single thing that happens inside. That might be the biggest lesson here is, like, once you start doing something, any work, any internal work, don't coast. Yeah. Coast is when all humans, we get comfortable, we get lazy. You know, it's just a natural thing. If you have plenty in the environment, you're not going to go out and hunt every day. You know, you just get fat and lazy, right? And the mind gets fat and lazy, and I got fat and lazy, and I just kind of like internally, and I just kind of like took it for granted, and I stopped doing everything, and the guy who wrote and talked about it is the one who wasn't doing it. And look what happened. You know, like, I am a human being, and I am going to fall apart like a human being. And we all have our things that get to us. And I was with someone I loved more than anything. And out of the blue, boom, rug flip. I come back from a tip, and she says, "I don't want to be with you anymore." And other things that went along with it. And I felt like, the rug I was standing. You know, if you're standing on a rug, and someone just takes it and goes, "Foop," and you're just flipping in the air because you have no control, and you're just like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna hit that ground. I'm gonna shatter." That was rug flip day, and that showed me very quickly, with my emotions and then my thoughts and where I went, dude, you're not loving yourself. You've gone away from it. And what it also gave me was I had to save myself all over again. And I had to go at this and do this again. And I felt so much shame and guilt and stupidity. Because, like, the things that were coming up, the way I was feeling, the way I was reacting, you know, God acts, the devil reacts. I was reacting. I was in full reacting mode. Pain, this, that, emotion. Rather than just being a man and say, look, this is who I am. If you want to be this, great. If you don't want to be this, that's your choice. You know, but like, this is who I am to you. I'm taking a stand for you. Right? But the rest, that's up to you. You know, that's what I would have done. But I didn't, because I wasn't loving myself.
Sure. And
I fell apart. And I literally just came apart at the seams. This was a deep, it still is. I still feel that. It's a deep love. And, you know, I think often we don't talk in society the level of love men can feel. You know, we don't talk about it. It's deep, man. We'll give our lives for someone.
Yeah.
That's a real love. That's a level of love that men have, you know. And I fell apart. And I had to go back, kind of quite ashamed to my own self-help practice, which I've written about, talked about, and which is actually literally save people's life and do it realize I had to do it from scratch because I've really fallen hard. And again, it was like, will this work? Every time I ask myself, will this work? There's a part of me is like, maybe it won't work this time. You know, like I'm always like a little scared, like maybe last 5 times were a fluke. You know, maybe I've just gone too far. And you know what? It worked. This question came from after I was getting better. But then I was like interacting with other people and things were, you know, life was happening and some things good, some things not so good. And I would ask myself, you know, in the middle of a conversation, in the middle of something that I wasn't happy about, if I loved myself, what would I do? Now, the key point being if, because it's not like I'm loving myself 100% of the time, or even let's assume I'm loving myself 1% of the time. If. So anyone can answer an if question. When you ask your mind that, it'll give you the answer. What you can do is then make the choice, what you want to do internally and externally. You know, and it's a very powerful, I think asking yourself questions in the moment is one of the best things we can do.
Sure, it's a pattern interrupt.
It's a great pattern interrupt, especially if you take one question and make that your pattern interrupt. So you got to find the question that you know is going to serve you in every situation. And for me, that was this question. You know, I can ask myself before I sit down to eat. I can ask myself if I don't feel like going to the gym. I can ask myself if I'm in a conversation with someone, it's a difficult conversation. I can ask myself if I'm just feeling crappy about myself. And ask myself, if I love myself, what would I do? Well, I would do the practice. You know, if I wanted to eat something, if I love myself, what would I do? I would choose the healthier option. It's a very, very simple question, but it works beautifully. And I think it's because of the if part. And what I've also learned is like, look, you can't fight fear. It's a concept that I've learned is that, you know, light and darkness. Like, you can't fight darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. So what you do is you work on the light, you bring the light in, and that takes away the darkness. Yeah. And so that's something I actually really learned on my own and trying to save myself, was if I worked on the light, it would take care of the rest. And that's love. Love is ultimately light. Like, I don't run around and say, I don't run like a crazy happy guy, but I run around solid.
Yeah.
It's more of a solidness you get.
Yeah.
You know, which is actually even better, I'd say. I mean, you get happy and still you get sad. Like, life happens, of course, right? We're human beings. We don't become robots, right? But there's a solidness that comes. That's a state that rises from within and it arises from you. It's yours. No one gave this to you. You created this for yourself. And so no one can take this away from you. Only you can give it away. And you can take it and you can create it again and again. And, you know, as you know, I've like lost it. You know, I've completely let go and, you know, like let life get the better of me. But I know where to go back, and I've gone back, and each time it works. I've almost gone back in some ways. I'm a little, I don't know if it's a little crazy, but I've gone back to see, does this work? I want to convince myself again, you know, and I do it and it works every time. You know, it's amazing. It's so simple too. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't find it a better solution because I try other things as well. And I don't think this is anything, there's nothing rocket science here. You know, I think if it was rocket science, I wouldn't have gotten it. This was just like one man trying to save himself, and he figured out a way, and he shared it with others. And you know what? It worked for them. Why? Because we're human beings. Same human mind.
I think I talk about happiness a lot because that's what everybody wants. We think we want the car, but really it's how the car will make us feel. We think that car will make us happy. We want the jet. We want the relationship because we want those emotions. I talk about it a lot because I sought it out all my life. And when I was young, I really was that person that thought, if I allow myself to be happy, I'll lose all my drive. You can be simultaneously dissatisfied with where you are and still blissful. And I never understood that when I was young. One of the reasons maybe I looked a little bit older was the stress I put myself under as a young man, delaying bliss until a particular destination. And every time I'd get there, I'd move the goalpost more and more, and I was never happy. It finally occurred to me, I can be happy in myself now. And really, it's accepting and loving yourself as you are, but not accepting and loving the destination you're at. So I love the man I am at any place, but I am dissatisfied with my location. Even to this day, I want to improve. I want to grow. Sometimes I think it's a disease or an illness of mine, but I've learned to enjoy myself as I'm growing, as I'm improving, as I'm moving to the next level. And social media, I have to guard against it. All comparison is a formula for misery. All comparison. One of the most insidious forms of comparison is comparison to our former self. So if we're not in that relationship anymore that we wish we were still in, we compare. Or maybe the relationship we're in, we compare to the 6th week when it was blissful and we were getting to know each other. Now we're in the 6th year and we compare to what it was then to now, and it's not the same, and that hurts us. I literally catch myself doing it and I go, scratch it. I'm not kidding. I go, scratch it. And I'm old enough that I can picture a record or a DVD player literally being scratched. I don't want it to even be in my unconscious, my subconscious mind where it comes back, because all misery's a comparison. We're not really that upset with where we are. What happens is we compare it to where we think we should be, and that very comparison is what brings us misery. We're happy to be breathing. We're happy to be alive. We're happy we woke up. It's the immediate comparison to what could be, used to be, should be, or somebody else's be that brings us the sadness, the anxiety, the worry, the frustration. Is always comparison. I would encourage everybody to evaluate this. The next time you feel these negative emotions you don't want, all the ones I just listed, you're comparing to something you don't have, or a place you are not, or someone else's life. Every single time. There's 2 types of people. There's people that delay their happiness to a particular destination. Once I meet that man, once I meet that woman, once I get the promotion, once I get this house, they delay it. The other one's the achievers. The achievers are like, wait a minute. If I enjoy this, I'm going to lose all my drive, because my formula, my recipe so far is kind of be miserable. Try to avoid this misery I feel, and that causes me to acquire new levels of life. And so we think, oh my gosh, if I celebrate, if I enjoy, I'm toast. The truth is, I've known for years that wasn't true. And as I've started to research and understand the brain, I had Dr. Andrew Huberman on. He says, actually, we've researched dopamine. Turns out, you get far less dopamine when you achieve something than when you're in the stress phase of pursuing it. Your brain feeds you more joy and bliss in the pursuit, literally, than when you acquire it. It's all been studied in the brain. So this notion that we're going to lose our drive or ambition is completely false. In fact, the more rewards we get for enjoying it, the more we want to do it again. There becomes a point, people have all heard of burnout. And what burnout is, and it's a very real thing, what burnout is it's somebody who's robbed themselves of the joy, the bliss, and the celebrations far too many times as they've achieved. And their brain has concluded, there's no dopamine in this achievement thing for me anymore. Therefore, I have no desire to do it again. So you better celebrate. You better enjoy. The truth is, it's the formula for greater achievement in the future, long term. For most people, the juice is growth. But most of the great growth in my life, where I've become a better man, a better businessman, a better father, better friend, better human, has been in the times when I lost, not in the times when I won. That's just a fact. I don't know why this hasn't become more part of our culture. All happy people have more self-aware. I lived completely unaware of who I was, unobserving of who I was for so many years, thinking I'd get around to it. The happiest people I know are very aware. They're self-deprecating. I've realized I'm a very average, ordinary person. I thought there wasn't a lot of happiness around me, so it must be in those beach houses. It must be on those jets. And by the way, those things, they do make you happy. People say, well, material things don't make you happy. That's just a lie. Any of you ever bought a beautiful suit? It makes you happy. For how long? I don't know. Does it fulfill us, though? Which is a completely different emotion. No. Building my first big mansion dream house. And I met my wife when we were 5 years old, so it was a family project. And we walk in one day, I'm having a bad day, I'm mad at everybody. Business isn't going good, appointments had flaked out. Walk in the house, and they're building it. I'll never forget this. They were in the kitchen, building the kitchen, this huge, great room. I walked in, and I'm pissed, yelling at veins sticking out. And all the guys working in my house were from Mexico. Whether they were there legally or not, I don't know. There's about 15 guys working in my house, all making minimum wage. All had left their families at one point. And they're playing mariachi music, they're laughing, they're dancing, they're joyous as they're working. And I stopped myself and I looked and I thought, if life is measured on happiness, these guys are killing me. They're building my mansion. My veins are sticking out of my neck. I'm miserable. They're making minimum wage. It's 100 degrees. They're working in my house, building my kitchen. And they're singing and dancing and loving each other and having a blast. Happy to be here. And I'm miserable. And this is my damn house. What the hell is wrong with me? And that was a real turning point for me where I went, what do they know I don't? And what they were doing is I was always projecting forward. It was always the future. I never lived now. They were living right now because they don't even know what their future is. What a great gift to live right now and be grateful for that moment, that work, that song, that buddy of theirs working next to them. And I started to just slow down my appreciation for the moment. And that's really changed my life. And I can't tell you that I still don't revert back because I do, but I do it much less because I am self-aware. I catch myself when I do it. People think I have to let go of a part of me. This is not true. I have to let go of a part of me in order for this other part to appear. What if you just added more to you? I don't have to let go of my intensity. This is what makes me who I am. It's what makes some of you who you are, your competitive spirit, your focus level, your drive, your ambition. It's not an either or. You don't have to let go of that. Congruency and authenticity equal efficiency. And so I need to be congruent and authentic. And if I'm that, I can make an impact. I can transfer energy. And you can't transfer to somebody that which you're not experiencing yourself. And so when you're in the throes of experiencing something, you can transfer and give that to me. When you cease to experience it, that energy doesn't transfer anymore. And so I know for a fact I have to be doing that. And that is why I'm a relatively happy dude who's still achieving. And I might even be achieving at a faster pace because I'm under no illusion I need to give up my passion, my intensity, my work ethic. I still work crazy hours to the normal human being. I just somehow enjoy them more than I used to.
Authenticity, it is the most terrifying thing you will ever do. And it's going to be the thing that you struggle with the most. Because being accepted is awesome. Being admired is awesome. Being loved by your peers is awesome. The greatest joy in life is to be who you truly are. And the reason I think that really is the greatest joy in anyone's life, there's such a harmony when you're being you. You're not fighting your instincts or your impulses or the things that make you odd or awkward. They're also the things that make you unique and interesting. And it's such an amazing thing to know that in all of human history, there's never been someone just like you. And in that uniqueness, there's something wonderful. What you will be able to offer the world is fundamentally different because you're shaped by your environment as much as you're shaped by your genetics. You're shaped by your time period as much as you're shaped by your genetics and your environment. Like all of these confluence of events come together to create something amazing. So all of those things that you think are wounds, are hurts, are things that have degraded you or chipped away at who you are, they're just the things that have made your voice more unique. They're the things that make you you. But it means like bring you to the table, right? When you have a view or a vision that's different, share it, believe it, trust it, voice it. And in that, the only warning I will give you is never be dogmatic. Never say foolish things like, well, that's me, you take it or leave it. Because that's somebody who doesn't have a goal. Or worse, they actually have a goal, and that goal is merely to plant a flag and say, this is who I am forever and ever, and fuck anybody who doesn't like it. That's an emotional suicide mission. Because it's not an effective way of getting what you want out of life. But if you can avoid dogma, if you can avoid your ideas calcifying, if you can say, this is me, and I'm always open to an even more interesting way of thinking or doing or going and doing experiences that change you. One thing I always tell people, books will change you, but only if you let them. I read a bunch of books and they changed my life. And I went from king of remedial jobs to running this company, right? The world of difference that is startling because I let those books change me. Other people have read those same books and their life looks exactly the same because they didn't open themselves up to being changed. So while you should cling fiercely to your individualism, you should love the things that are weird and unique and special about you, you should also always be looking for that opportunity to grow. So asking the right questions is so fundamental and so powerful. If you really want to find fulfillment in your life, ask the question, how was the worst day of my life the best thing that ever happened to me? The same events, whatever happened, happened. But now ask a different question. How was it the best thing that ever happened to me? When I was in my dark days, as I called them, back at our last company, it seemed like the worst thing that had ever happened to me. And when I started saying, how is this the best thing that ever happened to me? I realized that Quest was a company born of misery, and how amazing that was, because I was so angry. I was so frustrated. I was so hell-bent to do things differently that almost out of spite, I was like, I'm gonna make every day beautiful. I'm gonna love what I do. Even if we fail, it's gonna be fun. And those became like the building blocks. But I never would have gotten to that. I never would have gotten to that aggressive mandate. We never would have gotten there if it hadn't been miserable, because we would have just kept going along. You get what you focus on. You get what you focus on. If you focus on fear, dread, incompetence, possible danger, possible failure, then that's where your mind is. Your mind is totally consumed by those thoughts. But if, on the other hand, you think about possibility, what can be, how good you can get, the amazing things that could happen, then that's what your mind is consumed by. There are two wolves in your nature. You're going to get more of whichever one you feed. You've got the fear wolf, you've got the courage wolf. If you feed the fear wolf, you get a strong wolf, all geared towards fear. But if you feed the courage wolf, on the other hand, you get a strong wolf, all geared towards doing, being courageous. The questions that you ask yourself will determine your life. We made in a day in Quest what that company makes annually by asking one different question. How can I bring value to my 1,000 true fans? So however successful this one was, it is dwarfed, not only in emotional and spiritual joy, fulfillment, happiness, but just raw dollars. Once we stopped asking the question of profitability and we accepted that it had to ensue from other choices, then really exciting things happen, because that is acknowledging the human experience. That's acknowledging what you need to do to really connect with people. Let yourself be impacted. Let yourself be changed. Let yourself be changed. Like, open up to really being impacted and saying right here, right now, in this moment, I'm going to let this new piece of knowledge fundamentally impact my behaviors. And so in that moment, I realized that I had this decade of focusing on why. I needed to understand for myself why I do things. And in that why, it was so powerful for me. It moved me forward, and it gave me the energy that I needed to generate change in my life to really move forward. But why is the empty dream? How is the execution that makes the dream a reality? I'm not interested in being an empty dreamer. And it's fun, and I use the word empty to make it derogatory, but I love dreaming, right? Dreaming is beautiful, and dreaming will allow you to paint a compelling future for yourself, but at some point, you've got to open your eyes and then create the world that you see in your dreams. You've got to create it. It's very active. It's not going to happen by itself. What are the actionable steps that I'm going to take? They're very simple, identifiable, attainable skills that you're going to need to get where you want to go. And then I will say the one universal thing that everyone needs to do, you got to get control of your own emotions. The only thing that holds you back is your mindset. There's no problem that we can't solve. Think about the craziest problems that we face as a society. Those could be the words of an empty dreamer. And I believe that there's no problem that we can't solve. I believe that. And I'm willing to act in accordance with that belief. I'm willing to not take no for an answer. I'm willing to redefine the terms if I have to. Adopt that mindset. These people are no different than you. You've got to touch base with the how. You've got to find the massive action right now, today, that you're going to take to make those dreams come true. because it's about executing on your dreams. Executing on your passion. Taking concepts and making them real. That's the goal.
Watching her son, and he was out playing and fell into a canal and died. And ultimately she blamed herself for that for years. And it was through an empathetic witness that she was able to begin to, reassign the meaning. Ultimately, she had gotten all sorts of condolence letters. And, someone had told her that something similar had happened. She got all sorts of letters. And the night she was going to kill herself, she read this letter. She had a stack of condolence letters, and she read this one from a lady who had a similar situation. This lady, I think named Teresa, who she never actually was able to get back in contact with, but tried many times. This lady named Teresa who wrote her letter, she was with her 6-year-old daughter, went inside for a little bit to grab the phone or something, came back out, and her daughter had gotten hit by a car and died during the 2 minutes she was inside. And so what Teresa had sent to Melissa in the letter was that, look, you're not a bad parent. You didn't try to make this happen. This was a freak accident. Teresa was able to say some things in that letter that helped Melissa to actually have hope again. And it really was that breakdown similar to, I think, what I had, where it was just I think you blame yourself a lot for something, or you just lose hope in something that you initially wanted. And so that leads you to just kind of losing hope. And I think what you need is some form of a shred of hope. And I think that that's what she got. And so I think that, she was kind of giving up on herself. I was kind of giving up on myself. But I think you kind of have to, in the case of her and even me, a lot of it was just that an external party came and just actually saved space or just tried something. But I think for someone who more practically is in a dark place and just wants to get out, I think actually seeking help. It could be a friend, it could be a therapist, it could be an old high school coach, it could be an old church leader, whatever it is. I think if you just go up and just talk to someone and just literally open up and just be flat out honest. I think that in general, complete honesty and transparency, there's a concept in Alcoholics Anonymous that you're as sick as your secrets. That has a lot to do with trauma. It's just burying things, holding things in. And so I think from a human growth perspective, the moment you just begin opening up about where you're at, how you're feeling, it's kind of like writing things in a journal. Once you have it out, you can actually start to look at it from a different perspective, and then you can start reshaping the meaning of it. And maybe you can even get the help of smart people to help you start rethinking it and maybe looking at it from a more of a hopeful perspective, that you're not a bad person, you're not a loser, that these are crazy things that happen, but you can do something different about it. You can look at it differently, and ultimately your life still has purpose and meaning, and you can still do something with it. I think that trauma is pretty misunderstood. Most people think that trauma is just so focused on the past. In my opinion, it's what actually trauma does to your future. Because from my perspective, your view of your own future is the greatest determinant in who you are. Your view of your future is what impacts you, but a lot of the research on trauma shows that it shatters your imagination towards your future and your hope in that future. And so, I think that's the crucial thing. And so when I began kind of moving forward, I began to rethink my future and start to actually commit back to the idea that I could have a future. And so that's what ultimately led me to having those types of conversations and even being willing to go through that awkwardness or going through that change process, is because I now saw a future that I actually was I want this. I believe that I can actually be something more. Yeah, I would say the past doesn't define the future for two reasons. One is because the past, from your perspective, at least from a psychology perspective, is just a meaning. Memory is always changing. It's always flexible. And so the version of your past that you have right now is probably different from the version of the past you had 3 or 4 years ago, even thinking about the same events. And so the past is really just a story. It's just a meaning. Yeah, there were objective events that occurred, but you have no ability to actually know what those objective events were, because from a psychology perspective, is all we can see is through our perspective, is all we can see is through our subjective lens. And so when you look, anytime you learn something new, you read a book, you have a new experience, that probably informs your view of everything else. It's like you change a part, you change the whole. And so kind of breaking memory down in a really simple way, your memory is always constructed in the present. Who I am right now, I think about myself as an 11-year-old boy with my parents getting divorced and my father becoming a drug addict. My view of that and the meaning I assign to it, and even all of the context around those memories, is completely painted by where I'm at right now as a person. The fact that I have a great relationship with my dad, the fact that I have all this knowledge in psychology, I've got 5 kids, all of that reshapes how I look at and interpret my past. One challenge that people have is they're not actively approaching their past as a flexible entity, and so they tend to kind of relay the same story over and over, which doesn't necessarily help. But so one reason why the past is flexible is because it's simply just a meaning. It's a story, and your memory is always changing anyways, and your memory is always constructed in the present. So Brent Slife, he's one of my favorite psychologists. He wrote a book called Time and Psychological Explanation. Freaking deep dive. You would actually love it because I know you like diving deep into like thick stuff. But he basically says that, you know, a lot of people think that the past is causing the present, but the reality from a memory perspective is that the present is causing the meaning of the past. Wherever you're at in the present, that's what's determining how you view your past. And so if you learn, if you grow, if you have achievements, if you just develop healthy relationships, it will alter the meaning in the view you have towards your past. And that's something you should seek. In my opinion, if you're still viewing the past and former relationships and former experiences the same way you did 4 or 5 years ago, that says more about who you are right now than it says about your past. It says that you're not learning, you're not gaining perspective, you're not seeking greater context, you're not asking hard questions. And so for me, as an example, I had to go and ask my dad, tell me all about your perspective of when you were a drug addict and when me and my brothers left you. Like, tell me what that was like. Tell me why you went and had those experiences. Tell me why you had made those decisions. Tell me what it felt like coming to mom's house and us slamming the door on your face. That's seeking greater context and perspective. And obviously the more context you have towards someone, you have greater empathy and compassion. And so in hearing his story, I'm like, I can kind of see what, I obviously wouldn't justify him doing it, but I can see to some reason why he did that. So that's one reason why the past is flexible, and we can obviously go into the mechanics of how to do that. But the second reason is because the past isn't what ultimately drives you. It is your future. So there's a quote from Dan Sullivan, one of my good buddies, and he says that the only way to make your present better is by making your future bigger, which is essentially a statement of perspection. But I think that one thing that's really important to realize is that your view of your own future is determined by your current level of awareness and understanding. You know, like, what futures I imagine are different from the futures I would have imagined 3 or 4 years ago, because I now am a different person. I see the world differently. I've had a lot of experiences. I've got knowledge I didn't have. I'm in a context. And so my view, even to imagine or come up with various future scenarios, is fundamentally different than my former self. And my future self will be in the same boat. My future self will imagine different futures than my current self has, because my future self has had experiences and knowledge and awareness that I just don't have. But I think, based on where you're currently at as a person, what do you value most? What is a future worth having? What are things that you value that would ultimately be worth spending your time on? A big aspect of that is just thinking about your future identity, your future self. I think that that's generally the place to start, is who do you want to be? What do you want your circumstances to be? What do you want to be doing? What do you value? Like, where do you want to be in the future? I think just imagining where you want to be, who you want to be, and what you want to be doing that's hopefully valuable, that's worth working towards or worth creating. I think that that's the first step, is ultimately thinking about your future self, the person you want to be, the situation you want to have, and ultimately what you want to be doing that you can't do at this present moment for one reason or another. And so I think thinking about what's your next step, like what's the thing you want most right now? So like if you're someone who's single that really wants to be married, like, well, what is the ultimate thing you want right now that would reflect your future self at a much higher level than you're at right now? So like for me, as an example, when I was in undergrad and I was studying psychology, like my next level future self was me as a PhD student really diving into psychology. Once I got there, like I really, really wanted to be a professional author. And so like, I think from a more practical standpoint, like, what is the next level future self that like really excites you? Like what's, it could be getting married, or it could be starting that business, or having your business be successful, or it could be getting that book deal. Could be being in elite shape so that you're doing like those Ironmans, whatever it is you want. Like, what is that next version of you that's the thing that you really, really want? And then ultimately you can create a process to getting to there. But I think just thinking about what's you at that next step, which is obviously maybe a quantum leap or a next level up of your current self and what you really want. The gap in the gain is basically an idea that if you're always measuring yourself against your ideal, you're always going to feel this gap between you and where, whatever your ideal is, and that's going to make you feel unhappy. Whereas if you measure yourself against your former self, where you were before, you'll see progress. There's a quote from Ernest Hemingway. And Ernest Hemingway, the author, the novelist, said that nobility is not about being superior to your fellow man. True nobility is about being superior to your former self. So as an example, I have some really good friends of mine. They're in like their 40s. They've got, some kids and stuff, and they've had serious financial issues during COVID, where he's like lost his job. She's gone through like this identity crisis, and they're kind of freaked out because they've got kids and they're like, what the heck do we do? And I just asked them, look at where you were like 3 or 4 months ago. Like, have you made any progress in the last 4 months towards getting yourself into a better financial situation? Is your relationship with each other better? Like, where are you at versus where you were 4 months ago? And they're like, oh yeah, we're in a much better situation. Like we've made big progress, and that's reflecting on the gain of where you were versus where you're at right now. And that gives you a little sense of confidence and movement. You know, so I think I think it's a good practice wherever you're at, whether you've made big success or whether you're small, is to actually like look at the progress that you've actually made. And I think that really helps you to feel like it actually increases your hope. So it's looking at the good, focusing on the good and saying, what can you do now because of that?